Hello, everybody. It's Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. I hope you all are doing well. Lots of wild things going on in the world, and we're going to talk about all of it tonight. And just remember, peace is the way. So hopefully, you all are having a peaceful, nice existence. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can pin the. There we go. Link in the comment section on YouTube, and then we can get this thing rolling. There we go. All right, cool. Good to see you, Last Dance. Thanks for being here, bub. Jess Stevo, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Oh, you put that up at 3:30. You're on it today, man. Right on. Cool. Yeah. What do we got? Anybody new? English Bottle Cap. What is going on? Good to see you too. Cheers. Getting everything lined up here. Nice night of conversation. Hopefully somewhat tumultuous, but not over talking, if we can handle that. Yes, Evo. May not see RW tonight. I'm not sure if he's going to be around, so might just be a couple of us here to get rolling and then see who finds us. Hopefully some of our old regulars, people we haven't seen in a while. Always welcome back, for example, but not limited to, in case I forget. People like Mr. Biscuit Vapes, always love to see him every once in a great while. Sometimes see old Martin in the chat. He's popped in here and there. He doesn't join us often on camera. On occasion, we might see even legendary Hayden Hewitt. Very rare, but always a welcome guest. Anybody else who I'm forgetting, you throw them there in the chat, and I will mention them. Anna pops on occasion. International Pub. Hi, Panda Kush. It's people like from the international community that often come here. We got Chris Red. I think he's in Northern Ireland. English Bottle Cap is obviously in England, I guess. We have people from various different countries, so it makes it international, Panda. And thank you for joining us. Kush is good. I like some Kush, so welcome. Feel free to throw out the country you're in. I'm going to guess the United States. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that English Bottle Cap. It's not very popular. It's not monetized. YouTube doesn't make any money off of it. So, it is what it is. Thank you for finding it, for putting in the effort, buddy. It's always a pleasure to have you. It's grinding up a little bit of stuff. Finish this one here. Get this thing rolling. You ready? How you doing, man?
All right. I'm a little shaken by the violence today.
The political violence.
Yes, the shootings in Minnesota specifically.
I would call. I mean, I guess they're a political assassination, right?
I think it's too soon. It's clearly somebody who's associated with the Minnesota state government. But he could be, maybe he didn't get promoted and he somehow blames those two for reasons that don't make sense, or maybe they looked at him funny and he took. Yeah, it's probably politically motivated, and that's why it's disturbing. But it really is too soon until the authorities come out and say something. And even then, we should have a little bit of skepticism. But until they say something, I'm gonna hold off concluding that it's politically motivated.
Now, what did you just say? Did you say there's like a direct tie to the state government? You think?
I think he was appointed by Walz to some government commission, Minnesota government commission. He's associated
So
somehow
he's
with state government in Minnesota. He may
being a,
not be an employee, but I
I
don't
got
know
you.
the whole story.
So being an appointee of Waltz, he would be a Democrat, a liberal Democrat, whatever you want to say, that sort of thing.
I mean, it's not a guarantee 100%, but most likely it's somebody who Waltz had a reason to appoint. I mean, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was a conservative who just had some that Waltz respected, and maybe he had some skills that Waltz wanted to see help him out. It's tough to say for sure, and I hate to predict what it is based on nothing, and then find out I was wrong and look back and say, why did I say that? I didn't know shit at the time.
Okay, wife has a little information. Okay, yeah. Anything else you dig up? Hi, wife. Go ahead and throw it out there.
Well, let's put it this way: when George Wallace, the person that attempted to assassinate George Wallace, wasn't motivated by politics.
Mm-hmm.
People assumed it was a political assassination. The person that tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan wasn't motivated by politics, but people jumped to some conclusions that this was probably someone who hated Reagan's policies.
Now, Bottle Cap is asking for a quick synopsis of it. So, two separate married couples were targeted.
Right. Here's what I listened to their news conference, and the first report was that the state senator, was shot.
Mm-hmm.
And police showed up at his house and did a quick investigation. He and his wife were actually shot, and they were taken to the hospital
Alive.
Then the police officers, apparently on their own initiative, decided that they would check in on this representative because she lived nearby. And they showed up at her house, and the gunman was coming out of their house, and they exchanged gunfire. It's a shame that they didn't get there 5 minutes sooner. I'm not sure what the timing would have made a difference, but good on those cops if it was them, on their initiative and their thinking. And it's just a darn shame they didn't get there 5 minutes sooner.
True. But being that you're in a gunfight with somebody, usually that it means an extremely low likelihood of escape.
Yes.
How the hell that happened?
I don't know. I'll bet he just ran out the back, because I think they said he went back into the house.
Right. So they probably took, cops being cautious when they don't want to run in and have somebody get shot in the face, probably set up a perimeter. Right. And he skipped out quickly enough to.
There were probably only 2 cops at most there when they encountered him. So, I don't know the story. I'm just guessing, but I think he would have been able to escape out the back, assuming then there's a back door.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I hope they catch him, bastard. It's really terrible. It's just,
yeah,
it's awful. People, and I know and I think the majority of them are trying to get our trolls who are singing his praises at some level. But maybe not. I don't know. I mean, when there was an attempted assassination on Trump, seemed to be people who were, saying, things like "too bad he missed," which was completely disturbing. And no matter
Yeah.
how bad you feel about or you dislike him,
No small number of people,
right?
prominent Democratic commentators, not the top of the line, but still prominent, like Destiny, the guy that
Hmm.
debated drone tech.
Hmm.
He's I don't remember what he said about the Trump assassination, but I remember what he said about the guy that got hit by the bullet and was killed. He said, "Good, you know, he was a Trump tard. He deserves to die."
Oh, about the poor firefighter,
Yeah,
basically,
the
or
firefighter,
Compatore.
Corey
Yeah.
Compatore.
Yeah.
Yep,
Well, that's terrible.
it is terrible. It's appalling. It's just amazing. But yeah, it happens all the time. Right on the left.
Yeah, it's a really a shitty side of both sides, Exactly.
Right.
Topple making the Topple being Topple. That's the easiest way to say it.
The
But
master.
that's essentially what they were saying. Yeah. And I mean, that's for the record, not how Topple feels. He's just saying
No,
that
not at all.
because he can explain what he is. But actually, Topple, love to have you jump on here early if you want, man. That's what he said. Yeah. Okay. That's what he said. Right.
Oh,
Quotations would help, but that's okay. All right, Stu. Good to see you, man. I believe I recognize the name.
Yeah, he's been here before.
And Plastic African was in the list up there. He popped in. Chris Wright, Andrew Breslin. Do what aliens are real? Possibly.
Now, before we went on, I thought I saw just Steve-O in the green room,
Okay.
but he seems to have disappeared. So
That's a safe place to hang when. Yeah. There you are,
Yeah.
Plastic African. Good.
Oh, all right. Plastic African.
Yeah. Cool.
Glad he's back.
Yeah. Good guy. Smart guy.
Absolutely.
And probably the first South African we've had.
It seems to me we must have had others, but it's the first one that I can remember. But my memory is shit. You guys have to do the remembering. It's not going to happen for me.
Sure. Art Stu knows African, Plastic African. So cool. He is a champ. I've been on the listen. You've been here. You've been on. Last week you joined it on cam, African.
Yep.
We're drinking passion fruit and champagne. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything. It's a drink. Drink's drink, right? You got whiskey there? Last dance?
Yeah,
drink.
I might as well show it.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Still tastes as good as it did last week.
Yep. It's very good.
Awesome. No need for anything.
No, I like to sip it.
You don't like it cold?
No, I don't like it cold. And it would just taste like watered down whiskey to me.
Mm-hmm. It is kind of a thing not to refrigerate it. I suppose it wouldn't do anything harmful to the flavor.
No,
would just chill it.
I might like it.
Do highball style. That was Churchill's drink, I think. It was like about maybe a shot and a glass of ice, and then you fill the whole thing with soda water.
Really?
So it's very weak, very diluted.
Always Smoke Wife drinking it neat.
He would drink like 20 of those a day.
Yep.
Have you ever looked into his drinking habits, Churchill?
No, I think I've come across it, but never registered it. I know there's a famous story. I'm not sure how true it is that some old woman was I don't know, a guest or something, and she said, "You're drunk, Winston," and he says, "You're ugly, but in the morning I'll be sober and you'll still be ugly."
That's pretty good. He had some great quotes.
Yeah.
I've hit some. I hit my Marine nephew with one when he had his phone and they were doing like at Paris Island a 20-mile hike at 4 a.m, 70-pound backpacks on. They didn't let them eat anything. He texted us at 10 miles in, and I just texted back, if you're going through hell, keep going. Winston Churchill. That's it. He was really good at stuff like that, and I'm sure he said that at a time when, the UK was getting bombed and people were hiding in the subways and trying not to get, it was like inspirational. When we had, not we, but the president and vice president had Zelensky in the Oval Office, and some people were not happy with Zelensky wearing a jumpsuit of sorts. Other people were pointing out that that's what Churchill wore during the war in all kinds of different meetings, even in the White House. So, but then, different times, I guess. I don't know. Did you have a problem with what Zelensky was wearing?
No, I didn't. It wouldn't have even registered on me until other people started talking about it.
Vance, for one, I believe, was severely triggered by it. But, speaking of Vance, it seems like I haven't really seen him or heard from him much almost since then.
Well, he's certainly been online since then. I kind of think, oh, there we go.
Wow, cool. Right on.
I wish he would be online less. It's really almost nobody is better off or comes across as more statesman-like by being by tweeting online and posting things on social media that instant takes, which is what social media encourages. It just makes everybody look stupid that does that.
Right. And just to clarify, Cup, I was by no means comparing them. I was only pointing out that some people made that comparison, just for the record. And I don't know about either of their cocaine use. But yeah, you're right about that. Like the flash take doesn't work well for most people. Some people can pull it off, but generally it's not a good look. But
Yep.
What are you hearing about this parade today?
I haven't been paying much attention. It's people are saying it's Trump's birthday parade. I don't know. Is it really? Was the army not going to put on a parade, but Trump said, put on a parade and for my birthday? I mean, I don't. Is it really an issue? It wouldn't surprise me either way. It wouldn't surprise me if Trump asked them to put it on, or they were already planning on putting it on, and Trump weaseled his face into the mix.
Right. Yeah, I think it would have been a little more appropriate at a.
Oh, sorry. I've been out the wrong. I need to repeat. I didn't realize my microphone's on and my camera's off. Now my camera's on and my microphone's off and my speaker is off. Hang on.
Okay, well, your microphone is on.
Yeah, I see your flapping lips. Hello.
And your camera might be on, but I don't see anything. Now your camera's off. Now you're.
Really?
I hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. I can tell it's you. So theoretically, you don't need the camera unless you want.
There we go. Oh, we had you there for a second. There you are.
Hey, what up, dog? How are you?
How you doing?
Dog. What? That's me. What type of a dog am I? Then do you give me a breed? Go on.
Giant Schnauzer.
Oh my god.
Hey, I love all dogs, so don't feel bad.
Oh, don't worry. All animals, huh? Yeah.
You
There
pretty
you go.
much-
Yeah. That's terrible. I'm gonna get you bad. I'm gonna mail you some giant schnauzers. You know where the fuck are they coming from?
Just popped into my head.
I bet it did.
They're a nasty dog, the Schnauzer. They're really testy from what I've seen. I saw him Last Dance has got lag. I didn't catch that.
I got lag.
I've never seen you with lag.
Well, I hope not.
Who I've got lag or you got lag?
I think
Well, there's always lag, isn't there? Like, come
Like-
on, guys. Like 20 years ago, where were we here? Yeah, it didn't happen unless you had the know-how. I'm talking about this platform, right?
Yeah.
What were we doing?
20 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. That was like 20 years ago. You remember? I think even 30 years ago it was with ICQ. I remember, what was it? Netscape.
Yeah.
Netscape. Yeah. All those other Jeeves. What else you got?
Ask Jeeves. Yeah.
Sure.
Jeeves. Oh, hello, sir. Yeah, it's gone to shit, hasn't it?
I don't know. I mean,
Really?
I find the internet to be pretty good still. I don't know. I'm entertained by it.
Well, okay. So now we have these LLMs. You know what they are, don't you?
Yes.
Rather than machine learning and what they call fucking AIs. I hate people saying, "Oh, it's AI." It's like, oh, you guys don't even understand what that means. It's not an AI was back in the 90s, man, when those games they're playing, dice and stuff with AIs. Funny times.
I don't recall really that. AI seems to be for the most part, sort of an everyday use. It's just sort of a really souped up search engine. It consolidates any searches into really concise answers, basically, from what I've.
Okay, respectively, some of the training they've done or looked at, okay, some of the things that have happened. One of them, which is very interesting, is they gave a AI all the, remember when you make this AI machine learning, you have to give it parameters. You have to give it what we have as absolute studies, yes and no question, sort of thing. So you give it its parameter. And then you say, okay, one of them was about a vaccine that took humans, I think, about 16, 19 years to develop. And it created it over, I think, 6 months. Figured it out with what we gave it between the study of what we had to, so this is what it's doing and so much so, and then go see what you do with it. And 19 years to the equivalation, and it got it there, man. And they're doing it again. Hence, we're projecting that this stuff works. That's why they're finding new catalysts in our, our atmosphere, if you will. You know what I mean? We're finding new catalysts to change new metals and all sorts of crap. Amazing. I love it.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Catalyst for what? What sort of reaction are we talking about?
Metals, alloys, and probably, something that's in between that and an energy. I'm not sure.
Huh.
I'm not into that science too much, but I know that that's what they're finding here because of, because of machine learning. It's not AI. First and foremost, is machine LLMs is what people think it's. Oh, yeah, that's an AI because it speaks to me. It gives me answers.
It's just that, like I said, that seems to be just a search engine, essentially scouring. What is the abbreviation LLM? What does that stand for?
Stands for Large Language Model.
Ah, okay. I have heard of that. What is it specifically describing?
Well, it's how we we talk. Is that correct? Last dance. That's how we.
It refers to an attempt. I'm not an expert, but I have a general idea that it's really just an enormous probability model where as much data as possible is looked at, and when for example, you have a typical sentence, you can break it into phrases, maybe, or words, and you can compute how often Smoke Steve follows the word, I don't know, weed.
Mm.
And you could do that for every pair of words. You can do that for every two words that follow every other two words, and so on. And by doing that, you can come up with probabilities of what a string of words, how likely that is. And you can also generate such strings of words that are most probable by looking at your probability matrix and picking if the word is the music of Steve Miller, and that'll have a count of what typically most likely follows that, and so it might spit out is classic 70s psychedelic.
Yeah, so humanity has one given thing, right? Is we exploit everything, correct? From day one, from Adam and Eve or whatever we see, we have exploited everything, everyone, everything we can. Do you agree or not? It's exploitation that we have. That's our.
Well, you could call it exploitation. I think of it. I think of it as learning, getting smarter.
The exploitation is that in itself. It learns because it cracks it open. Yeah. The wording can be changed. I can't figure it out. I'm pretty drunk, but nevertheless, that's what we are. So this machine learning, this identity we're throwing in here is a global thing. And it's a weird sort of system. I think that humanity doesn't get going. I saw some beautiful things from it, but how much beauty will there be in it's an our creation? You reckon it's going to take us down to hell? Because they're doing it in warfare right now, aren't they? They're looking at taking drone warfare into the way that a machine learning system could go engage, and they're doing it.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I think concerns are legit. I frankly am not as educated enough as I need to be in order to judge the likelihood of this will lead to some kind of, ultimately it can lead nowhere but Armageddon. I don't know that that's true. I do worry about that. It isn't, in a sense, it's bound and limited by data. And there may not be enough data for them to be smart enough to be put in positions of autonomy. They can seem smart, and for some disciplines, there is enough data, like computer programming. There's literally zillions of lines of code out there in open source that are, that can help train an LLM, and it can probably be pretty smart. But for other disciplines, there's just not enough data. Like, I don't know, pick like medicine. Well, there's probably a lot of data in medicine, actually. A lot of published papers. I'm not sure it's free, though.
So mate, so hear me out for a second.
Sure, always.
Some of the practices that I remember, okay, one of the biggest was, of course, 9/11, which changed my life. Yeah, I'll never forget that day. All right, I don't know why, but it is one of those things that changed my life. Now, before that, when I started learning this, it was what was it? The big fall, the crash. What was it? The energy company, Enron.
Enron, sure.
there's always something that goes to something and where it's coming from, where it's going to, right? And we had COVID and the bubbles and all this stuff that we see right now. You see it, man. Everyone sees it, don't you? You can see it like in what's happening in Iran. Afghanistan doesn't matter anymore, but it's kind of coming closer and closer to certain pivotal points. Russia, Ukraine. What is it like? The Chinese want fucking, Taiwan. Oh man, that's gonna hurt us if they get Taiwan. Oh God, because we can't just build those sort of factories like overnight.
No, you can't.
Exactly. This precision. That's amazing, man, and that's in some ways like why all this emphasis on what started as I think a game. It must have been a game because that's why the GPUs were created for offsetting what the CPU was doing, and that became.
They were definitely games were certainly the main motivator for consumers GPUs. Absolutely.
Technically, so this thing I frame up here is one of many of the GPUs they use to make Bitcoin. There's a bunch of friends.
Mm-hmm.
When we were doing it, when I knew what was happening, I was like, yeah, fuck, I know what I'm doing. I got people that I didn't have the money, and I got people to go, come on, believe me, and I fucking found it. Well, I mean, people rich, really rich. They had to take their part, and you know what? They gave me my part because that was good about me. As in, they didn't fucking try.
Right.
You dead. You know what I mean?
Sure.
In that time, and that's still like sort of planetary to them because some of them guys have changed. But fuck, man, you know what I mean? I got out of that. I was like, oh no. And again, saying this is happening all the time. You think? I guess hopefully we have retirement of good things. We have a good future to give to the next.
Yeah. I personally, and for my country, I worry about the debt, the national debt, and how how we'll be giving it to our children. And it's incredibly big.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what. I have a feeling eventually it will just be defaulted on long after I'm dead, but it'll be defaulted.
What do they say? It's like every 180 days you guys go into $1 trillion of debt.
Right? 100 or so days.
Yeah, I think under the new big beautiful bill, it'll be 100 days. Yeah,
100 days, really. So then that's why I've always seen what is permittable to the what was it, John? Again, I'm going back to Christendom, ain't I? Elohim Yahweh. And then this stuff is coming back with again, what is the beast? We forget ourselves. Like this is dangerous, huh? Or is it like meant to be? And you're just sitting back and like having a good time.
Well, theoretically, it could be the downfall of the United States. Do you think it will be eventually, Last Dance, the debt?
I'm not smart enough to know how it will, what defaulting on the debt will do. Other nations have survived defaulting on their debt. I honestly, I don't know.
What's the last major nation that's defaulted on its debt that you can think of? Do you know?
Britain in 1956 or something.
No, I don't know. Argentina, maybe today.
No, it was Britain, man. Come on.
Interesting. Now, does China has no national debt, right?
I don't think they do. I think they hold a lot of our debt. Other countries do as well. It's their sovereign wealth funds.
What's gotten us here? Is it everything? it's just the wild spending. Is that what it is?
Absolutely.
Don't you think it's like R&D as well? Like how America, like even Europe, the whole powerhouse that became. So you start off with why World War One, World War Two, where America was, right? Yeah. Starts clapping the hands. Yes, exactly. The nuclear bomb started with the clap. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. And now that power is spread, and even more so. And again, like even during the Cold War, at least America and Russia had some sort of a progress. You know, we knew who was wrong, or we believed it. You know, now it's like it affects everyone.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous place, and especially the youth. I mean, that's the problem. The numbers young and what they're accessing to, you know, their ideas, not just what they've been given, what they believe is a truth. This is how they get to think about it and how they've been taught about how to think. You know, where it comes from and stuff. Why we have an important history for the Western Foundation. We don't want to give that out, do we? And it encapsulates so much, bro. It's a fucking incredible because it's Judaic, because of Christendom, and it goes through a huge range of the world. You know, besides the heathens that are the, I don't want to say it, man, the Indians, because they have many a god, don't they? Still, so
yeah. Well, I mean,
I guess
I'm not a I wouldn't consider myself a very religious person, so whatever one chooses as their religion, I'm fine with. That's just
yeah, but it's sort of how the religion of the world, how aspects have created this. I don't know. Not just looking at like don't get me wrong, Catholicism grew massively last year, more than the global population by like 12%. It was incredible, and that's just Catholicism that they think is happening. So it's something.
Wonder why that is.
Because someone said Islam, Judaism, a lack of morality. I don't know.
Is it people converting or more being born into it?
The born into is Islam. The people converting is, I believe, is not converting, finding. They're coming into, or at least searching on that. I believe it's pretty good. It's pretty big actually. Where Islam is bred, as in the kids are being born, the children, and they're having like fucking 9 Muhammads per family or something.
Thank you, Bottle Cap, for that information.
Yeah, and I actually did know that. Because, Greece was tanking. And it's almost tanked all of Europe, trying to essentially bail out Greece. A shit show, huh? Greece is a beautiful place.
Our debt to GDP ratio is hovering right at around 100%. I think it's a little bit over at the moment.
Fucking hell. Did you reckon that shit with Elon Musk and the president is just a ploy? A joke? You reckon it's real?
I reckon it's real. Although Musk has apologized for his tweets. So.
And Trump said something like, yeah, there could be a...
I mean, it was so predictable, though, and I know Aphid Lip predicted it, and I said I agreed with him. Yeah, they're going to split up at some point. There's no way they're going to. Two huge egos like that are not going to. They're not going to be on the same page for very long at all.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, guys. Steve. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you guys are alphas, I would say. I wouldn't doubt you on that. Have you fought? You guys are
fought in the military?
Yeah.
No, I am not a veteran.
Do you do any other thing, like any service to the country? Anything? Like a scout?
Oh yeah, of course. I was a scout and all that stuff.
You served.
To a certain age, but I never did anything in my adult capacity.
Yeah, that's so cool. It's not. It's not a downgrade in anyone's service. It's
I'm a
saying,
I'm a patriot. I'll tell you that
yeah,
much.
I know you are, man. Yeah. I mean, when I come again, because I grew up in Africa, and I saw the apartheid, and people like talk about, man, I saw that shit. It was not good.
Mm.
You know, it was like, again, the funniest thing was, landing back in Britain, and I did just before 9 4, something like that. It was IRA training. It was the same thing. It was like, shit, man, it wasn't good.
Yeah, IRA training.
Yeah,
Intense.
exactly, man.
English bottle cap asking Trump and Musk playing good cop, bad cop. No, I don't know. Essentially, I feel like Musk had to object to the bill because he came into the administration on his appointed role of reducing the debt. And then he sees this bill that is going to increase the debt. I think he knew he had to say something for his own integrity. And I don't blame him. I mean, the net name calling and all of that shit was outrageous and made both of them. Well, it didn't really. I mean, Trump, I wasn't surprised. I would have liked to have seen Elon be a little above that sort of thing, but I guess he's a little bit nuts. They're both a little bit crazy. So
hang on. Remember who originally Trump was running against was Corn Pop's favorite. Well, she said her name. Remember, she had to come out on the stage and concede to Trump.
Yeah.
And she was banging down. You could tell she was oh no. I waited 19 hours to see that shit. It was funny as hell. And then when Corn Pop won, I was like, this is done. Especially that lift and that.
You mean Biden?
Yeah, Corn Pop. Yeah, Biden.
Yeah,
I call him Corn Pop. I'll never call him Biden. He's Corn Pop. His son that was in that weird. His son is weird.
Hunter, yeah.
Yeah, Hunter. Especially in his, bath.
I don't know. Yeah, I still can't believe some of the pictures I saw of Hunter back then. He's still mind blowing, but hey.
I know, if you've got money, hey, who cares?
I mean, I still think there was more to the situation that developed in the Ukraine with Hunter and Joe than we will ever know. And some of the money that seemed to be going around there, Burisma was involved with it. I just think it was far worse, say, for example, than having some classified documents that may or may not be that important. I think some of the shit that went on over there was far more egregious, but it's just kind of gone now, sadly.
I know, and so many men died for needless works over nothing because of NATO and the EU, because of what, again, the powers that be want to happen. It's an R&D through and through, man. It always was and always is. Things have to men have to die for things to happen. That's the point. Sacrifice. That's why it was like with World War I, if you will. World War II, if you will. The biggest degrees of positions in the modern time. Forget about the ancient, not even ancient, the classical terms. The classical.
Classical, yeah.
And like Marcus Aurelius in that time. That's a classical example of a leadership. Sure. And again, many in this age don't know what the fuck that is. I'm worried about their rainbow flags and how they can fucking bullshit. What are they doing with their lives, brother? What are they doing?
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, let's highlight a conversation here. Your wife talking to Last Dance, if you don't mind. He has done some good things, but many selfish and bad things, wife says. Your objection is that he opposes progressive politics. That's BS, she says. But you're saying to yourself, to your own comment, like all rational people. So you think only irrational people will have progressive politics?
Yeah, I do. It's a combination of irrationality and economic ignorance.
Do you feel the same way about people who are hardline conservative?
Absolutely.
So you're more or less anti somebody staunchly being on one side, without giving any thought to anything. It's just they're going on a conservative line, they're going on a liberal progressive line, whatever. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like two cults, and people don't like to step out of line, of that cult. They look to see what other people are doing, and they get back in line, and they tailor their opinions.
Interesting.
And that's why you get such naked hypocrisy on both sides, because although they espouse principles out loud, they don't live up to them in practice on either side. And when something happens that puts their principles on display, they fold like a cheap tent.
Is your background for real? You got all those trees behind you, lost arts.
Oh, well, it's just typical for this area. It's Maryland. It's climate that's conducive.
A green screen there. It's real.
It's real.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I love America. You guys have the promised land. Always have.
Well,
yeah, I believe that, man. Come on, man. That must have been hard to tame that. Because again, Africa. You have to understand those trackers. You guys are different. I grew up a Mormon in Africa.
A Mormon. Wow.
Really?
Interesting upbringing.
Oh yeah, it was. I think it was pretty much fucked up.
Oh.
Yeah, well, come on, it was fucking in that time in Africa, Jesus.
Pretty rare, small group of Mormons.
Yeah, in Africa, in South Africa, in the apartheid. Hey, let's go nuts.
That's wild. Let me grab a beer. I'll be right back. 1 minute.
Oh, good night. Okay. Right.
Yeah, I know Mormons have missionaries that go out to the world, and
yeah. No, don't worry about that. I mean, that's just immaterial, because it took me. I've gone through the mills there, so it doesn't matter where, it's what, and what I have to go forward. And as I see it, as most of this world seeing it, it's still a playground to people, not really understanding their mortality. What there is their choice in their time, and what it means of influence, and also like giving. Because I hate the idea of people dying in hate, or that has always been a bad thing. Forgive, be good, seek goodness. There's always going to be horrible, bad people in the world, man, and I've seen it again so many times from any institution you believe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So you're your own individual. Carry the unknown cross. Be it again, what was it, Davy Crockett? I was called that for years. Of the wild frontier,
yeah.
Yeah, for real, man. I used to run around naked as a kid in Africa. Yeah, mad. Actually, in a nightclub, that's the craziest thing. In a nightclub, I went out, and this guy came up to me and said, "I know your brother." And I was like, "What? Who are you?" And he went, "You're this kid." And I was like, "No fucking way." I lost my shit and I got out of there.
So what do you think, Plastic African, of English bottle caps discussing this British African who said that he would not want to visit any country in Africa except Ghana? How many countries are you familiar with in Africa? Just
Um,
because it's a big place, so there's no reason to think you've been to all of them.
No. I've been to South Africa, Botswana, Namibia.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Angola.
Is he talking about places that are safe? Because I've heard.
Oh, safe. No, it means where I went back when I was a kid.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So that's when I was a kid. Yeah. Dude. Do you know what the craziest thing was? I swear to God, man. We used to hitchhike miles. Miles.
You ever been to Swaziland?
Swaziland.
Yes.
Africa, bro.
Yes.
Yeah. No. South Africa. I'm not going to Swaziland.
You've never been there.
No, not Swaziland. No.
Is there something to see there?
Apparently, they have a really good type of what's called land race cannabis, something that's only grown there, that originated there. And it's
No, that's Swazi skunk. I understand that. That's the Highland, yeah. No, I didn't know that. No, Durban poison as well.
Durban is a more popular brand.
Malawi Gold was fantastic in my year.
Malawi, yeah, I've heard about that.
They used to grow it, and then they used to bury it in the ground and cure it in a husk of millie, so a maize husk.
Yeah,
roll it and then cure it in the earth, and it became golden. It was beautiful. I remember that. Yeah.
Cool.
I love that. No, yeah. That's my young years. Also, I would say interjecting is the acid times I had. Like acid. Acid. Some of the chemists that had to, do that shit back in the day out in the deserts, man. Very good. Like the places I've seen were like German fortresses in the desert that they used to take officers that committed treason.
Damn.
So you used to take the officers, like, you committed treason, sir. You shall be, the specific place in Namibia.
Wow.
Yeah. And we used to party there because it was, in the middle of nowhere.
Huh.
Yeah, buried out. Yeah, labor house.
Were they like deserted by the time you guys got out there? Like,
of course, yeah. No. We had Nazis there. We used to just party with the Nazis. They were like, "Oh, what the fuck? We were time travelers."
So these were like deserted
ecstasy at the time and drugs. Yeah, man. It works that way.
So these are deserted military prisons.
Yeah.
Trippy, man.
Yeah. Like, but they were,
And you did acid there. That must have been a hard trip, bro.
I don't know. Not really. No, but I mean, it wasn't just like I went there and went, "Oh yeah, just took acid."
Right.
It was a good thing. It's a party. People, raving. Cool. It was crazy. I remember running out and thinking, "Oh yeah," and looking back and seeing the house. It was a big house with lights going out like that, and I'm in the desert thinking, "Oh yeah, it's cool."
That is cool.
But I was also thinking, like, if you could run back then, because the way that it was, you would go out that side, it was like desert dry. You go this side where I was running, there's a cliff, like a proper cliff. It was where they fed their water reserve, and you can't just hop over that. Anything this side, they're going to catch you.
Got you.
Fantastic, yeah.
Trippy, man. Yeah. Speaking of acid, we just lost a musician who, in his young days, took acid, and he attributes it to causing himself to have a mental breakdown. Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys. I believe he took acid for the first time in 1962.
Yeah, but come on, man. You can't attribute any of that to that. I mean, those were bad boys, and they're come on, man. Everyone thought they were good boys.
And that's just what he says.
No, exactly. And then they were badass boys. But their persona was like, yeah, look at me, lovey. And everyone loved that because they were clean boys.
Like, white bread. Yeah, for sure.
You knew it, man.
Not just, they were blonde boys, right? So they're with kind of that
Yeah,
I mean, the Beach Boys was the name of their group, and they cultivated that image too. So.
yeah, man. And I bet I'm going 20 years back, man. Lockdown, you'd be one of those beach surfers, easy.
I'm thinking. I've never been able to really figure out the title of the album Pet Sounds, other than it's just kind of a goofy. I guess they were going for like a bubblegum pop sort of a thing, but if you think about it, it is very odd. Pet Sounds.
Yeah, I never listened to the whole album from start to finish. So was planning on doing it, and then on Prime Music, and then Prime Music changed, and you couldn't do that anymore.
You can listen to it on YouTube.
I guess you're right. I hate to do that because it's like cheating, but
I mean, if you have YouTube, do you have YouTube Premium?
no.
So you watch the commercials?
Yep.
50 cents a day. Not worth it.
Yeah, maybe I'll change my mind. Not yet.
Do you watch YouTube every day?
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, it is worth it. I mean,
so you're going to say it's worth it because of the value of my time alone.
Yes.
Yeah,
Unless you're retired and you're like, I got too much extra time anyways. Like,
I am retired and I don't think I have too much extra time. So
okay. So if you need time, you value it, it's worth it.
You're probably right.
I mean, I can't imagine what you pay, but up here, like cable TV and internet and phone and all that shit, it ends up being a small fortune,
Yeah, definitely. It is a small fortune.
Steve, where are you in the country?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Is that
New England? Yes.
Boston.
Oh, that way. Oh, so east almost. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Northeast.
It's cold there, doesn't it? Fucking cold, doesn't it?
It can be. I mean, honestly, today is downright freezing.
Man. I mean, the summer, man. Yeah.
Today is like 59 degrees, so it's pretty damn chilly up here. But
Celsius. So 59.
I can do the conversion real quick for you.
I got 17, 18 from there.
Sounds about
Something
right.
Like that. 15.
Wow. That's nice. But, man, again, like topography of life, like on this earth where I've been, is incredible. That's why I say, like, America is literally the promised land. Because you guys have everything there. Everything. There's an amazing array of things that no other nation can ever do because of the topography of your country. You know that?
Yeah, I'll give you that for sure. We do have a lot. It spreads a lot.
God. Yeah, when people say, well, what does that mean? It's like, well, there's certain things that only America, not just the technology you have, as you create some of the most precision things because of that topography. Where it says, incredible. And they forget what America has given to the world as well. That's what I really don't like, is that, America has donated huge amounts of aid constantly for at least 60, 70 years. Constant, man.
Is that our downfall, though, Last Dance? What the hell just happened?
Oh, I tried a trick or two, and it failed, of course.
Is that our downfall here in the U.S., the aid, Last Dance?
No.
Too much money? U.S. aid, USAID?
No, that's not the downfall. It's certainly, it doesn't help, but it's not the downfall.
I don't think it's that. It's accountability that's happening here as well in the Western Foundation, right? I mean, I would always say and state foremost that that's why America was. It became the pinnacle of the Western Foundation. Take away the kinghood, take away the Christendom. I think it's like in almost a Bioshock. That sort of rhetoric exists in America, but America gave it all credence as you're allowed to until you try and undermine this statutes of what we have.
Yeah,
and
I mean, if you take a longer historical view, there's no reason to believe that we will remain the biggest superpower. we were pretty sleepy place until World War II, and we got involved in a big way in World War II. It helped spur industrialization, and we did that very well. We built an atomic bomb. We were way ahead in the atomic bomb development and in the thermonuclear weapons. So, we built this military around that capability. So we've kind of been cruising along, as a superpower in that regard. But there's no reason to think that will last forever.
Grabbed a couple German rocket scientists.
Grab some German rocket science. Absolutely. That's also American, is to consume wherever you can from whatever quarters, whether it's German rocket scientists or Italian marble sculptors, or
right.
People come here to live out their dreams, doing the things they want. So that's sort of been our strength. But in the meantime, we're sinking into debt, historic debt.
Sir, the Western Foundation is doing this. The problem doesn't matter of what we again, you understand is debt is what's going on, the fundamentals. That's why the Marxists was trying to make it like bullshit, right? Take away one's history, take away one's family's, struggle to be as again, like I'm from Europe. What's going on is the guys in LA. Oh, I'm a Spaniard. Oh, no, I'm Mexican. No, you're Spaniards. And where the Spaniards come from? Oh, yeah, Europe. You fuck. You're an invader to that country as well. But they're saying, again, what's happening in America right now is like, oh, Trump, you can't deport people, right? You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, when the guy that came before you let in excess of 10 million illegally, and then what are we supposed to do now?
No, I agree. I'm 100% behind you, boys. Yeah.
There's a problem though that I've voiced about before here, is that the way the law is, if you've been here for 20 years, you have a job, you paid taxes, all of this stuff. In the eyes of the law, you're the same as the guy who came in across the Rio Grande and got released to LA 8 months ago.
They require amnesty then, right?
Yeah, but you're the same. Like the guy who's established with the family is the same as the guy who's just jumped over. Who's you follow me? Like, so there are some good people who are getting booted. It's unfortunate.
Hey, Based, we got an echo from you.
Oh, have you? Okay, I'll come out and come back in.
Okay.
But that's the way it goes, right? I mean,
well,
that's the way the law is written, so there's not much you can do about it.
Still, there's, I don't understand.
Oh, come on.
If you want to, we could deport people in roughly the order of criminals first, and the newest arrivals next, and the oldest arrivals last, the most productive people last. And by the time we got to those, it's the same.
Well, let me fix his mic settings.
Okay.
Is it back? So I've just been on a live using this
Test.
Hello.
Yep.
1 2 1 2.
Test.
I can go on my other phone.
That's fucked up because he has echo cancellation turned on.
Let me go on my other phone. Don't worry.
Hold on 1 minute.
It's
gone. It's gone.
Yeah, you're good, man. Relax.
It's gone. I toggled it. I toggled it a few times, and we're good.
Good evening, everyone in the chat.
Yeah, I saw you were doing a live stream.
Yeah.
Are you in the United States, or were you streaming from somewhere?
Yeah, I was restreaming.
Restreaming, okay.
I was so people were restreaming other people's streams, and we were restreaming them. Like, so they were robbing content, and I was robbing it from the robbers.
You're,
All right, I like that food chain.
Yeah,
he's the
I'm like a
Jesse
Robin Hood.
James of digital theft. I love it.
The thing is, it is fair use because we're added into it.
Mm.
But I don't think they could have struck us for it because we didn't nick it.
And I saw you had Banksy on. I don't know how you do that. Oh, here he comes.
Oh, Hafez.
Yeah.
Hey,
Good evening,
Here
gentlemen.
we go.
good evening, Banksy.
Hello.
How are you
Yeah.
guys? How's
Good,
things?
good. How are you?
Nice. I'll be honest. I just followed Welshie over because I just want to say hi to you guys. I love you guys, but I can't stay very long because I got to get up early and go to Speaker's Corner. So
Well,
just
we're
wanted
glad to have you for as long as you could stay.
Yeah, wanted to see because you guys are like my favorite panel, one of my favorite
shit,
panels
bro.
on the
Shame.
internet. You guys
Thank
are
you.
awesome. And I may add, chronically undersubscribed and underwatched. For the content you put out, it should be a criminal offense to be this this sort of unnoticed by the YouTube gods. Where's the algorithm when you need it?
We just don't contribute anything that they see as valuable.
Yeah.
Is what it comes down
Well,
to.
people should find this valuable. I find this valuable. I'll be honest. The
I appreciate
conversations I've
that.
heard here has been like really good, like high level analysis of so many things, and you guys got some really like top notch panelists. And you'd think to yourself, you know, Candace Owens sometimes, most of the time, talks nothing but hot air and shit. And look at her. What the hell? We got people here with like life experiences, and this young knows nothing about the world girl is like got millions of people just fawning over her. I mean, admittedly, okay, she has jugs, and she's a female, and you know, females on the internet are like twice for every one female. You have to substitute 4 males to get the same level of viewership.
Yeah. Seriously. They have they just attract them women, you know.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah. Women. I mean, it's criminal on TikTok. Literally, they do nothing. They do some stupid dance, jiggle their bits, and there's just simps flooding the comment section.
Exactly.
I saw it on Twitch. I was looking around for live streams, and I saw this. A few of them had enormous numbers of viewers. So I
Enormous
clicked on
what?
it. Viewers. And I clicked on it, and it's a woman in a bathtub talking.
Yes,
Yeah.
And I was like,
I've
give
seen
me
her.
a break. It's not even interesting.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
There's a
Basically, if you use a bath, if you use water, it's classed as not sexual. So that's why they always got to have like a bathing, like a
like a paddling
child's
pool in their
bath.
bedroom.
And, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that one Twitcher, her name was Amaranth, was making like 250K a month, man.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, these guys bring in serious money. There's another woman which I came across. She does body painting, and that's it. What she does is she paints her nipples to begin with before she goes live, so that they're like, I don't know, black or blue or whatever. So it appears as if she's not naked, and then she continues to just body paint herself on stream, and that's it. That is all she does.
She starts with her nipples.
Well, because if the nipples are exposed, then it's considered breast, an open breast. But if the nipples are covered, then it's not considered
Got you.
an open.
So she paints the
naked
nipples
breast.
so that she actually gets
Exactly.
through it.
Exactly.
it's the new thing on the socials. They're painting on a little tiny bikini. So you're like looking at it and you're like, wait, that's just paint. That's
Yes. Yes. She is not wearing clothes.
right. It's like a trend, I think, from like 10 or 15 years ago, I remember, and now it's back again. And then I don't know, it's just one of those things. So
Simps,
yeah.
man, simps. There's just the world. This is the end.
Exactly. How the fuck do they actually take that and go, this is a good thing? Yeah. Let's go nuts then. Then they should actually, almost and say, let's make what's the sluts legal.
Yeah.
Let's make sluts legal.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, the slut
Anyone
shaming.
wants to sell it, vajajas or holes or ears, whatever, fuck it, man.
Yeah.
People can dress up as fucking vajajas, whatever.
Right.
Yeah, of course it is. But this stuff is fucking making
it's
it
so
okay.
bad. It's so bad,
Come on,
African.
Paca.
The thing is, it's so bad that the simping, that the word simp is banned on Twitch. If you
Is it?
type simp, they'll kick you out and they'll ban you.
Oh,
Because they want people, because people started, there was this whole movement of let's get these, e-thoughts or e-whores, electronic whores, off these platforms. Because the thing is, Twitch isn't a sexual platform. It's a platform for 12-year-olds to play video games
Right.
and then connect with other 12-year-olds. So if you're there and sexualizing it, you're sexualizing to kids. You're not sexual. You're not being sexual to 18-year-old men. You're literally coveting little children, pubescent children, full of hormones, and they're just giving you your cash. So there was a movement to try to stop these women and kick them off. Twitch.
Twitch.
And get them to. I mean, they were calling like the IRS, getting them to come and tax them for the money that they're making. They were doing all sorts of crap.
Well, it is taxable income.
Of course, they're
Yeah.
raking it in. But anyway, Twitch started to ban that movement and started to ban
You're on,
people who
Packer.
were calling people who was giving them money simps. So Twitch actually went on the side of the ethos.
So,
Yeah, well,
so,
Twitch gets 40%, brother, of every
Yeah.
bit you give. So 40 bits goes to the 400. Well, 4,000 will be $40. So
There you go.
Twitch gets
So-
like $16. So,
So- I've been on panels on Twitch, and they say whitey, because the white is banned on Twitch. So when I say blackie, I say it obviously just to get them to trigger it. They say, "What are you saying blackie for?" And I say, "Well, because you say whitey, and I would no. You can say black. You can't say white." Like what? Well, they didn't even say it. They say whitey. They won't even say the word.
Yeah,
It's like
insane.
really
But
weird.
the whole-
Over in
noticed-
Twitch world, it's crazy, man. It's not
I've
normal.
noticed an entire new vocabulary from kids, from younger people, should I say? When I
Yeah,
say
go
kids, I mean like 20-year-olds, from TikTok or from Twitch, where they have to use entire new vocabularies or entire new language to describe things. Like back in the day, when someone died, you said someone died, or oh, that guy got killed. You can't say that on TikTok. You can't say the word kill on TikTok. So what the new vocabulary is, that person was unalived. What the hell?
Yeah.
What the hell's an unalived? The English language actually has words.
No, you can't say the S word.
Yeah. Yes. Essay or graped. You can't say. You can't. There's a whole new language emerging now,
Yeah.
where people are now using the. By the way, when I say a whole new language is emerging, people who I talk to in person are now saying unalived. I'm like, you're not on TikTok. You're
Right.
talking to me in the street.
We're not going to arrest you.
Say it.
Yeah, there was an old video from Live Leak of a bunch of guys making this dude dance, and they're standing around him, and you can tell they're like Russian gangsters. They're making this cat dance, and I seen it recently on Instagram right before the ending, which is them killing this guy, beating him to death. I say on Instagram, they unalive him in a very brutal manner. And that's got like 500 likes because I said unalive. But if I said they killed him, nobody would see my comment. You have to write it in such a way, not that I get a nickel from getting likes on Instagram, but you have to phrase it as such. And then it'll get put out there and people will see it. Stupid as that is. But I guess they're trying to avoid like threats from, is it like a threat thing? They think people might use it directed towards another
Good evening,
person.
good evening.
A criminal threat. I don't know. Hard to say. Topple, how are you?
What's going on, everybody? How's everyone this wonderful week?
All right.
Good, my friend. And to anyone else out there, for tomorrow, happy Father's Day to all the fathers.
Absolutely.
Peace.
Something positive this week, at least.
Yeah,
What a
what's-
shitty week.
I know.
Planes going down, missiles flying.
We got to talk about that Air India plane crash at some point.
Yeah, I mean,
I jumped on the news, what was it, Friday? And I'm like getting pounded with everything that happened. And I'm like, this was a shitty
Yeah,
week.
it was a shitty week.
Wow.
Shitty week for peace.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
And then that plane was crazy.
So, did anyone see the video
Time for a poll.
of someone on the plane at the time saying nothing works, the lights don't work, the air conditioning doesn't work? He said, "I'm a regular flyer on Air India, and they're the worst airline in the world." 10 minutes
Yeah.
later, he's dead.
I thought that was proven that wasn't that day or something. I forget
Oh,
what it
right.
was.
I would be skeptical of that.
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about the guy in first class complaining about everything like broken? There's a duct tape behind him.
No,
I
it's
mean,
typical first
Yeah, yeah.
classers anyway.
Yeah, no, but that wasn't that particular flight. No, that's just a guy who reviews first class flights like everywhere, and that Air India was just god awful.
Yeah, I mean, people put out bullshit videos when there's a big news item, trying to get clicks by being associated with it, and someone complaining about an airline for whose plane just went down is bound to be a winning strategy for videos.
But I have seen videos, mind you, of Air India and Air Pakistan where human waste is just going. You look down there and there's like paper and normal, just it's like a street in the worst place ever, down the male aisle. There's everything on the floor and there's human waste. Like,
I've seen that on U.S. flights.
You saying people take a dump in the aisle?
no, they just throw everything down tight, and like.
Oh, okay, they overflow.
Yeah, and they the aisles are just full of rubbish. They don't, some people just don't believe in bins. They don't never really use them, I suppose, and they just think whatever.
Well, this was an international flight, so the clientele were much more sophisticated. I doubt.
When
that was
you're
a
saying
problem.
some people, I do hope you're not being racist.
What?
Well, what's racist about pointing out the obvious?
I don't know.
About-
Just being, maybe there's a cultural issue to this.
So
know.
if you went on Google Earth now and went anywhere in India and put a picture down, you know what they say? You'll see crap on the floor. Anywhere in India, do it.
You go to major cities in the U.S., you would see the same thing.
No, yeah, but you couldn't just go anywhere in the US, put a picture down, and find crap everywhere. Everywhere in India, of all accounts, it's like nowhere in India that ain't got crap around.
I'm putting a poll together here.
Okay.
What's the poll?
Is India a shithole?
Yeah, that's what I was
Oh.
going to say.
I couldn't have that way. I mean, come on, think about the dead.
Yes.
Well, think of all well, people can't put rubbish in the bin.
It's not about that. We have the same problem here, ain't we? Our roads are shit. Some of the roads you go about, fucking terrible.
All right, there's the poll.
You're going on YouTube to answer it, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to. You can just answer me here. Did Israel's strike on Iran make the world a more or less safe place? Answer options: more safe, less safe.
Where's Pointless? Where's it? Oh, it's only those two?
Yes.
All right.
Good. I could have put in a third one, option of pointless. So
It was not my fucking problem.
I'm going to say
I don't like those options.
I think more safe, to be honest with you.
I put down less safe.
I answer the why you think we're more safe, though. I'm interested.
If I'm to believe,
I really think it makes little difference, is what I really think.
if they literally did destroy 10 or so, all 10 of their potential weapons, then yeah, I do think it makes it, at least in a short period of time, more safe, just for destroying the weapons that actually aren't there now, that would have been there before.
Can I make the point in what I said? I said this last time. I'm sure it was on this panel when there was the load of drones coming from Iran, and they said that they coped with it, and the Iron Dome done really well. Well, I made the point that Iran are the biggest manufacturers in the world of drones, especially fighting drones. Wouldn't say DJIs, but they are, you know. And I know China obviously make the vast majority, but it's one of those products that, you know, they supply all of Russia with all their drones. So, and I said, what I'm saying, if they put 500 drones, you know, in their direction, and they did last night, and they fucking blitzed it, didn't they? There had loads of bombs coming through.
I don't know. Is that what were a lot of those strikes that got through drones?
Well, the ones that made the video were not drones. You know, the ones that were photogenic were ballistic missiles.
Well, either way, they overwhelmed the Iron Dome. So
they did, but some of the guys that were there, like Trey Yingst, who's a reporter for Fox, but he's not a Fox guy. He's a real on-the-scenes reporter. I highly recommend following him on X. He was seeing and filming interceptions, tons of them, in the sky of the Iron Dome being successful.
But like I said, if, for example, you take out, say you put 20 missiles up. If you put 20 missiles up to attack 50 incoming, and the 20 hit their target, that still means 30 got through.
Yeah, I think it was more like they hit about 95% of them, and 5% got through. It was not a ton.
No, but like 2% of their own actually went through. So 2% of their things landed on themselves.
Yeah, but I'm giving you 100%. Like I said, if you're getting overwhelmed and you've only got 20 missiles in that postcode and that zip code, you know, I mean, if there was 50 missiles coming in that zip code, and you've only got 20 missiles, even if you hit every 20, you still got 30 coming through. That's my point, right?
Sure.
The numbers game, right?
Well, you're talking about drones, but ballistic missiles are much more expensive, and I would bet that Israel has more or comparable number of interceptor missiles as Iran has ballistic missiles. Drones are another story.
But didn't Iran do this like a couple months ago? They shot off like 500 missiles towards them with all those drones to weaken their system.
They shot off a bunch of missiles, yeah.
Okay. How much missiles do Israel really have for the iron? What is it, the Iron Shield or something?
Iron Dome.
Well,
we'll find out, won't we?
The thing is that whole thing.
But you guys, hang on. You guys actually think that this is about where it's going to come to its head, you know? To really, I mean, no, because Palestine, fucking Palestine, bro. How are you going to fucking negate that shit? You can't. In namesake, you can't. Because if you try and break it down to what it is, it's done already. It's fucked.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to that sort of strike on Israel a few months back, that was kind of a test space to. It was a couple of things. Number one, they wanted to show Israel that they have capabilities of reaching Israel, so they have ballistic missiles and drones that could actually reach them. And number two, it was to kind of assess what sort of numbers of ballistic missiles and drones it would take to overwhelm the Iron Dome. And I think that was like they needed the data, essentially. So that was data gathering. And then now these are like strikes, and they can say, okay, X percentage is going to reach the ground. But I also saw another video just earlier on tonight where the guy was analyzing it, and he says that they actually have an AI or intelligent monitoring of these missiles. And if the missile is going to land somewhere where there's nothing, it's a desert or ocean or whatever, they won't intercept those. They'll actually let them hit because they're just not going to hit anything. So it could be that some of the ones that are hitting are not actually being intercepted on purpose.
Interesting.
It's going off in America, by the way, now as we speak. Pretty.
The riots.
Yeah, it's going off now.
Oh, well, yeah, it's nighttime on the East Coast.
West Coast.
East Coast, it's nighttime.
It's
Why
only,
is there riots over here now?
it's only
Yeah,
6
Philadelphia. I haven't seen anything from New York yet.
Don't forget, it's going off in Northern Ireland as well.
Okay.
What are they rioting about?
Immigrants.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
is it going off tonight? I presume it is Saturday night.
Yeah.
Well, it's great that we have a balance of left and right wing riots across the globe.
And
Oh
guess,
yeah,
guess what the common denominator is? Migrants.
Immigrants.
Nebru, Planet Nebru, Planet X.
Honestly,
You know,
I just don't understand why these people are rioting right now.
We're at here.
Like in LA. So do they want the people who've tried and struggled and succeeded in gaining legal citizenship, do they want everyone to just be given that's been let in an illegal border? Like, what is the purpose?
Probably a mix.
You're about right. You said it, man. You said it. That's it.
It's a mixture of different thoughts, probably.
But that's it, man. It means that nobody has open borders.
Just think for a minute. Just think for a moment. How many well-meaning, wanting to be American, law-abiding citizens have not been let in?
I'm not being
the
funny.
time-
I'm not even up for this.
You've let in however many million illegal immigrants.
Right.
Yeah.
People that want to be Americans.
Ice, baby.
Yeah, it's
I just want to be an American. Let's make a good song about that. I'm African. I'm plastic. I can be an American too. Yeah.
I don't want to be.
Yeah, let's
I don't
go.
want to be plastic. I'm not arguing that point, but there's
Fuck
people
yeah,
that
man.
do.
Let's go, man. You should make a song. I mean, that's the problem that's happening in the West anyway, isn't it? The fuck, man.
America.
Yeah, you're African. I'm fucking English.
I ain't fucking African. I'm fucking English.
Actually African.
Oh no. Oh no.
What the hell's wrong with you, Packer? What makes you think he's African?
I know him.
Oh,
He's
Also,
white,
it's
skin
his
like-
last name.
it is his last name.
Yeah. Mbubu.
Have you ever Plastic African? Have you ever heard of Plastic Bertrand?
what?
He sings one of the best 80s songs. It's actually from 77. I thought it was an 80s song.
Well, he's from the UK. He would know Plastic Trees, right?
Ça plane pour moi. Everyone must know that song. I'm sure you do.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Do you know Plastic Trees?
No, I know Screaming Trees.
No,
So,
Radiohead.
I know Radiohead.
Am I saying that
Wait.
wrong? Is it Plastic Trees, one of the songs?
Oh, is it a Radiohead song that's called Plastic Trees?
No, that's green plastic watering can.
What? You got me looking it up.
He's just trolling. He's just
What's the
trolling.
speaker on this thing?
Proper troll.
Yeah, this one.
Can't hear
Can't
it.
hear it. Can't hear it.
Yeah.
Can't hear it.
Oh,
Can't hear anything.
Can't hear a thing.
Yeah, I know that one.
Realize we can't hear a thing. We didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, that Plastic Bertrand.
I was wrong. It's called Fake Plastic Trees. Sorry, everyone.
Fake plastic trees.
Oh, they got it in the comment section.
Yep.
Yeah, the blind motherfucker was born in Wellingborough, wasn't he? The guy sang it. Yeah.
I don't know much about Radiohead. I only know the one song, "Creep."
I'm not a
I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo.
Whoa, Last Dance.
not a big
Please.
fan.
What am I
It's
doing
my
here?
theme tune of my life. What the hell am I doing here?
Yeah.
Right now I know what
I
we're
don't
getting.
He
belong.
made millions.
Oh,
didn't he?
I know which one I like. Karma Police. That's a good song.
Isn't it?
By
Boy George.
Radiohead. Karma Police. That's a cool song.
Yep,
But
that is a good one.
I don't think I'm a big. I can't think of anything else. I'm really.
Actually, I think they're pretty good. But if people have like a hate boner for them, I don't. I'm fine with that too.
They're certainly very popular.
And they're also popular to hate.
For what reason?
I don't know why people get so emotional about
Because they're popular.
Scum. Why do people get emotional about Scum TV?
He probably loves Radiohead. I'd love to
You
hear.
scum? I would say no, he doesn't.
He likes all kinds.
He's
of
probably
weird
like, I
shit,
like
though.
it, but
Do you follow him? I hope you follow him, everybody, on
Yeah, he's
Instagram,
been putting more stuff out.
where
recently.
do you follow him at? Let him
YouTube.
know.
YouTube, and Instagram.
We'll drop a link.
I gotcha.
Oh,
Drop a link. Help the
I'm
guy out.
working on it.
Drop it like it's hot.
Damn.
Drop it like
I'm
it's hot.
working on it.
Drop it like it's hot. I didn't know Radiohead did that.
What the hell? Look at his channel URL. I don't know if he wants me to put it in there.
wow.
What's going on,
That's
there, Welshman?
So
that's
currently
Scum TV.
that was a metallic green Cybertruck parked at the lights with all fucking protesters like stood there like, and it's just there at the lights for about 2 minutes and then she drove off.
What are you watching?
A multi-streams of just it's kicking off in about, it's like it's not like fisticuffs, but it's like it's not people are most should be getting arrested. I just haven't spotted it as yet, but it's definitely kicking off basically. It's gonna get
Oh,
worse.
yeah.
That's not the right one.
NBC LA. I see.
So if you want to have a look yourself, go to Portland
Gotta do
Dandy
share.
or go to Crazy Bulgarian.
I'm on NBC LA. It's pretty good.
Yeah, but
Showing-
what they do, they multi-stream, don't they? So these boys, so they got like 5 screens or 6 screens going.
I see.
Yes,
So
indeed.
Portland Dandy's one of them, and the other guy is Crazy Bulgarian.
How many tabs can I have open before I finally start to make things slow?
Where your
In
computer
your
is.
browser or on StreamYard?
No, on the browser.
Banksy knows.
Probably a
How many
whole
tabs
lot.
you can have? I'll be honest. I'm running right now on this particular browser about 20 tabs, and
All with,
I've
like-
got another browser which I have another 14 tabs, and I'm just operating with these two. I could open more browsers.
Yeah, I would guess dozens. Depends on what's in them.
Yeah. You're good. You're good up to at least 15 to 20. Most of them. With most
What browser
machines.
What were you using? Chrome?
I'm using Brave and this one is called Chromium without Google, or Google Free Chrome, because Google puts a whole bunch of crap inside Chrome itself, so you can actually get a Chromium browser which doesn't have all the Google bits, all the hidden spyware that Google.
They open
adds.
source it.
Yeah, because Google adds. I mean, it's like your phone. When you buy your phone, you have a whole bunch of crap on there that you don't really particularly ask for, but it's there. And it's the same with Chrome. Chrome, Google puts a whole bunch of crap in behind the scenes, quite often for monitoring your activity through their browser. But
Of course.
if you don't want that, you get Chromium, which is Google Free Chrome.
I didn't even know that existed. Sounds cool.
Yeah. Just Google Chromium. Ironically, Google Chromium. Or you can
Brave
doc-
is Brave still based on Chromium? I think it is.
Yeah. Brave is Chromium. Google is Chromium. DuckDuckGo, they have their own browser that's a Chromium based. It's very slow though. What else? I got another one called DaVinci. Is it DaVinci? No, Vivaldi. Sorry. That's another Chromium based one. Even Edge is now Chromium based, believe it or not.
Huh.
Yeah, what syntax are they using here?
In what?
What is it now? It's not C# anymore, is it? What's the one they
Well, I mean,
Like
it all depends.
HTML,
Python is really popular.
Ah,
Ruby on
that's one. Yeah, the
Rails.
Python. Yeah, the Python.
Yeah, you got
Hang around.
C#. You got
And I mean, this is where it's kind
JavaScript
of
and stuff.
coming undone, isn't it? With AI and machine learning, and taking all these languages and it's manipulating it into a better one.
Eventually, to be perfectly honest, I don't even think you would need to code in these other languages. These languages are gonna, I mean, you got languages like COBOL and Pascal, which have died out now, and it's going to be the same with C# and Java and all of that, because they're going to give way to AI. Most people are just going to code with AI. The AI will do the back end work for you. It's just AI prompting. It's all about AI prompting right now.
Lip.
Hello.
What's going on, fellas?
Hello.
All right. 15 minutes, just like you said.
Yeah, I know. Didn't take me long.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys all doing?
All right. I started out saying I was a little shaken when I came on by the shootings in Minnesota, but I've had a couple whiskeys, so I'm feeling better now.
Oh, okay. Like, what do you mean, like shaking? Like you're really concerned about it?
Yeah, I found it to be very disturbing.
Shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly disturbing. Yeah.
Now, is it true? I just saw Sean Wasson, the news junkie, post a picture which appeared to be a screenshot that this guy had some sort of a latex fucking head on his own head. Like,
He's wearing a gimp suit?
no, it was like regular human skin. Like,
I don't think so.
it was-
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, that'd be badass if he did that.
So like
But
it's
latex.
guys? Yeah.
Yeah, let me. It was Sean Wasson. You guys know him, right?
Wesson,
news-
yeah. Wasson, yeah, okay. Yeah, for some reason I don't like him. I forgot why.
Well, Hayden interviewed him, so
No
Did
kidding.
he?
I don't know how true it is, but I did hear that he had flyers of this protests in his car.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no kings.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
King protests.
What was interesting was that the press conference, the police guy said he wore a pretty good police uniform and tactical vest that looked legit. Not the usual shit you can get off
Yeah.
online. And he had a vehicle that was very realistic. Police car with lights and looked like a police SUV, I think he said.
Right.
Yeah, all stuff that's fairly easy to buy.
But is it easy to make it look like the real thing?
Yeah, because on eBay now, if you Google police uniform
There
on
he is.
eBay, you'll get it, and you'll get just.
Oh,
used.
wow.
That's creepy as fuck.
Yeah. What's it? Does it? I'm sorry if you guys talked about this. The detail, like the one article I read, it said he slaughtered the husband and wife that he killed. What does that mean?
I don't know. Just shot them in cold blood. I assume.
Yeah,
That was
that's
it.
what-
That was it. It wasn't
I
more
think so.
harsh than that.
I don't know. Good question. I assume he shot them because he shot the two that survived.
Right.
That is an odd descriptor. That does make you think he like used some kind of a slaughtering.
Like a knife.
Yeah, like
like the guy that was in that picture would have done in
right.
like a B grade scary movie or something.
Yeah, I just have no. I think these guys should just be. They should be. Police should put them down.
With a trial, right?
No, Find an excuse, shoot them. Don't let them surrender.
Yeah, but
Well, who's
yeah,
going to decide that it's
Well,
the
well, well,
actual
well,
guy
yeah,
who did
well,
it?
What I'm saying is not practical, but
Okay. No, not practical. Fine.
Yeah, but you want foreigners to have due process, and I mean I understand that he's a wrong un, but
yeah, I don't want to. Look
at
what's
him
going to look
calling
what
you out,
happened to
last dance.
look what
Call him
happened
out.
to Luigi Mangione. You know, he became a hero, and I just spare me the whole cycle of
I would
insanity.
I would agree with you, but your consistency is not there. I would agree with you.
No,
I'd
I'm
say
not totally inconsistent.
Yeah,
I'm proud of being inconsistent.
I agree with you on, but on the first one, no due process for foreigners, and this guy can get the key thrown away. I know.
I will say I'm alarmed at it seems like there's a lot of people that like consider like put him on a pedestal in some way.
The killer?
No,
Or
the
Mangione?
the Luigi dude.
Well,
like
even
it's acceptable to like think he's cool.
a mainstream journalist, Taylor Lorenz,
That's correct.
has written glowing reviews that how he's their hero basically.
Yeah,
that's messed up, man.
She worked for the New York Times, and then she worked for the Washington Post, and now she has her own Substack.
And she's literally backed up her claims. She literally said yes, and she
doubled down. Absolutely,
yeah, she doubled down. Yeah.
Yeah, a really fun YouTube channel I used to follow. It was a farming channel that always claimed they weren't political, had her on as a guest for an entire episode. And basically I just said I thought this was not political. I liked your farm because of the cute animals and like the everyday activities. And you have this woman on. I was like, unfollowed. See ya,
She's so political. It's unbelievable. She's been like that for decades. So it's not a secret even. So how can they play it off as like this is like not a normal innocent thing? It's nonsense.
Do you guys know
that being said, if they had a hard line like conservative, I would have been the same. I would have been like, that's not why I'm fucking here.
No,
yeah, right.
Taylor Lorenz
say goodbye to Banksy if he's gone for the evening.
All right, thanks. Later, brother.
Good guy.
Sorry, your question, Topple?
And
plastic
She's
African.
far left. She's far left.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, do you know Heavy Diesel? Now he had a sponsor called AG1, and during the elections, they sort of gave their allegiance quite quietly, mind you. I have to just say, to mostly be Trump supporters. And this AG1, this sort of mineral sort of company, like drink sort of thing, they had an argument or something, and they pulled the plug on it. But either way, they have now re-sponsored him like 6 months later. It's just quite funny, like you said, Some companies are so political, they just can't even cope with, any thought that anyone they might sell the drink to might actually be conservatives.
Well, you can do the same both ways. Look what happened to Bud Light.
Yeah, but I mean, like
I'm just being honest. You could do it both ways. It's a double standard, but at the same time, if you're given ad money, if you're given money, you do take the responsibility that if you're doing the advertisement, what you say can harm them too.
Yeah, I mean some companies.
So a man in a dress, so Bud Light is. Yeah, I would say that's an extreme thing to do when you're going to get a reaction.
Well, to others, it's not extreme, though.
Well, yeah, to a drink company, I'd suggest it would be, especially to a beer company. It's supposed to be a laddie beer company. It's supposed to be lads.
What about the Harley Davidson?
What about the Harley Davidson?
They got pushed back, too, for, I forget what they did. something. Actually, no, I don't want to misspeak. Speak on it. I forget what they did. I'll look it up.
I would argue, though, that Harley, in a sense, has the market cornered. There's a few other brands, California Motorcycles, Indian makes a nice motorcycle,
Indian,
but they're pricey. You know, for the average, you know, whatever mechanic who wants to buy a Harley in his 50s, it's a Harley. You could be like, yeah, well, fuck Bud Light. There's 10 million other shitty Pilsners out there that you could buy. That's why it affected Bud Light so profoundly, because Bud Light is not really that good.
It had something to do with that dude chick. That's what it had to do. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well,
I just cut right into you.
The dude chick.
Like Tom's on Harley.
exactly. You've got like a masculine beer, and all of a sudden you stick some fucking guy in a dress to do the advertising for this brand, and it's like, this is
Has
fucking
anyone
carnage.
here? Has anyone here stopped drinking a product, or what's the word I'm looking for?
Boycotted.
Boycotted a product because of things.
No.
I don't think I ever boycotted.
I bet I have, but I can't think of it.
I have.
I know you have, but anyone else?
Normies. That's what he calls them.
I did not say normies. Everyone's normal to me.
Nothing comes to mind for me. I'm really going. I'm trying to. I remember back in the day, people were talking about how Coors. I think Coors had Union Made on the can, or so guys liked that. But I don't know if I can remember any. I never took part in the Bud Light thing, not once. I was at the store. I was like, I'm just going to keep drinking Bud Light. It doesn't really matter to me. But at the time, I asked the manager who happened to be working that day, this was probably last year, how much is Bud Light sales down? And they used to buy over 130 packs a week, and they'd get a discount of like 10 or 15% off if you buy over 100 a week. And she was like, we're way under 100 now. We used to be always over 100. So they said like 25-30% even more reduction for a long
I know
period.
what I've been boycotting Ben and Jerry's. And before you say you're vegan, you don't eat ice cream, they'd make vegan ice cream.
What did they do to you?
It's just too openly socialist.
No, I hate Vermont too. Vermont's horrible.
They're
I
both
don't hate Vermont.
Like, did you like their ice cream? You like their product?
It was okay. My favorite is SO Delicious.
Well, what if you found out they were real socialist?
I have to see. It would put me off on them. We'll see if I boycott them.
Because if it wasn't your favorite, you could be like,
It's
they
not-
weren't that great anyway.
You're
Ben and
right,
Jerry's
though.
is
That's
good.
the way. Really, that's the real challenge. Put someone, have someone you really like,
Right.
see if you can boycott them.
While you guys were talking, I was trying to think, and even movies, like I really don't care, But then I was thinking, like the newer stuff that Robert De Niro has put out, I haven't been like too anxious to see, and it's kind of because of what I've seen him say. But the same thing would go with, on the other side, would go with Clint Eastwood. When I saw him do that, I don't know, it was a chair thing or something.
Yeah.
What?
Man, he got criticized for that. I thought it was great.
What did he do? Chair?
Yeah.
It was at the Republican convention, I think.
Oh.
Maybe 2012?
Yeah, something. It's been back that long ago.
The national convention.
He looks old as hell.
And
man.
he's
Now
he did-
he is.
He did like an interview with a mythical person in a chair. I don't know. It was different.
Can I?
Man, I love the guy, but he's turning into the Crypt Keeper. I mean,
How old is he?
He's like in his 90s now.
Jesus.
Yeah, I think he's easily into his 90s.
Steve's like, let's just kill him now. What's the
Dude, my
point?
dad's in his 90s, so
Like
I say I love the guy.
he's a seal or something.
Yeah.
Let's club him.
Aphid mentioned movies.
Oh yeah, he's got my birthday. That's right. He's 95.
which got me thinking. You know, Walt Disney. Obviously, at the moment, they've been doing a lot of like woke shit, and they've been getting huge criticism. Like, obviously, the Seven Dwarfs and Cinderella, isn't it? Would you know? Do you know any of your friends or anyone that purposely haven't gone to these things because of how they're portraying a fairy tale story?
I really don't care if it's woke. It just doesn't sound interesting. That's why I don't bother going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they changed the story completely, though. You know,
Yeah.
Good. I don't want to hear the same story.
I'm not going to a movie theater with a bunch of kids.
Yeah, I know that. I was just thinking.
Oh, sure. You say that online.
If I was if I had a kid and he was all into wanting to see a Disney movie, there's no way I would keep him from seeing it because of the political views of the person that created the movie.
Okay. But like I said, from what
Which he wouldn't understand.
I've seen, yeah, exactly. It'll go over their heads anyway, so that's good.
Well, if it was in the movie, that's one thing. But if it's just the beliefs of the people that created it,
but it's bombs. It's really bombs. This Cinderella or Seven Dwarfs, like really, and that's because the main actress is a very politicized actress. I can't remember her name. Weird Spanish or sort of. Anyway, she's Mediterranean looking with dark hair instead of like pale skin with blonde hair, and she's
Not white.
She's so left wing. It's unbelievable. She keeps on saying it, and she does like she says, "Oh, no prince saves us now. I do it." And they changed the whole storyline, and basically it was just like it was like kryptonite to families. You know, a lot of people. They just
a left-wing actress.
Thank God. Thank God. Bottle Cap. Thank God.
But
Bottle Cap spoke up because I'm sitting here going, Cinderella had dwarfs. I don't remember the dwarfs in Cinderella. What the fuck? And then it's Snow White.
The X-rated version.
Oh, her name was Rachel Ziegler. That was such a weird,
Rachel Ziegler. Yeah,
such a weird Hispanic name.
You're some cheap cup.
I don't know, man. Like, well, I asked this a long time ago to you, Last Dance. Could a black guy play Superman? And you said at the time, definitely yes, because it's just an actor.
It's an actor, absolutely.
Little Mermaid was black.
What mermaid?
There was a
the live action one came out a couple years ago.
Yeah.
What about historical roles? Do you think you can race change historical roles?
Absolutely. Patton should be Hispanic.
I don't think it matters at all.
Well, he's right. Like, you could see a James Earl Jones playing like Churchill.
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
Good point.
Well, this is my point exactly. Where it becomes just a ridiculous thing because as in the UK, we've had kings and queens that are now black, like and it's historical. It's not a comedy or anything like that. And I just think it's ridiculous.
Listen to me. I'm serious.
But you wouldn't have
white makeup.
You wouldn't have Piers Brosnan playing Nelson Mandela. The fucking head would be up in arms. Up in arms.
I don't care. I'm totally for Pierce Brosnan playing Nelson Mandela.
Come on,
if that's what the director wants to do.
Yeah, he should be.
Sean Penn as the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
I mean, you're not going to get away with it. We're not so anti-woke that we're going to get away with that. But
okay. What about Richard Branson? What about Richard Branson playing Dr. Harold Shipman?
I don't know.
All right, I got one.
I know that one.
He's a serial killer. They look quite similar.
I got the boomerang for you. It goes all the way around. Lucy Liu plays General George Washington. Not possible. At some point, some point, you have to say, okay, yeah, an Asian woman can't play George Washington. But then you're going to say, but wait, James Earl Jones can play
But-
Winston Churchill.
But
That's close enough. So
but
there
we're
is a
talk-
threshold that
Disney is a fictional, and it's not non-fictional.
Fictional.
But this started with the Superman
Or
question: Can a black guy play Superman?
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, I've got no problem with that because it's not historical. I think the line
Yeah.
comes when it comes to historical figures. I think that's
What
what
would-
When,
would
when the,
his-
super, when
what-
the
what-
comic book was drawn, he was drawn as a white guy,
But-
Clark Kent.
It's true,
he-
but it's
What's the Black Superman's kryptonite, though? Who wants to answer that one?
Fatherhood.
Oh,
Sorry.
Jesus.
good job.
I know what it is. I know what it is. Let me tell you the noise it makes. Chip.
Oh, the smoke detector. How's that a kryptonite, though?
Well, they never change the batteries. They
So
never change the.
He dies in a fire. Is that what you're saying?
So what I say, well, if you see many live streams and you hear the chirp in the background, there's normally a black person in that room. They just don't change the batteries.
All right, let's get this away from racial stuff.
I know.
No
I know.
kidding.
I
And
saw
remember-
some video, and it was one of these police activity videos, and the first comment was, "I'm amazed that the smoke detector was working."
Right.
Look at this
Someone just got
question.
shot.
More
It's
Ukraine talk.
It's sadly true. I've seen so many videos.
Wait, put
You hear
that
the
back.
chirp in the background. Chirp.
Do you think?
I doubt it.
No, he won it.
Didn't we have this Zelensky should step down because Trump don't like him
Yeah.
conversation before?
Well,
we discussed
that
a
doesn't
little
stop us
Zelensky
from-
earlier. It's hard not to. I mean, now Zelensky's the Russian Ukraine thing is going to be omnipresent forever. All these other crazy world events are going to happen. Then they're going to die down, and then we'll go back to it because it's still going to be happening, and it's going to be fucking going on for eons, man. Because they're not going to stop either side. Is that Lola?
Yeah, if Zelensky was out, then there'd be a better chance for peace for sure.
I don't know how much of a taste for surrender there is amongst the Ukrainian people.
Exactly.
I think the government or the people. The government and the people are two different things. I would suggest that there's no appetite in the government, but in the people, it's very high.
Yeah,
I don't think they have I don't think they have a choice. You know, Russia are still making ground every day. Not a lot. Every day though, they're making, and it's not just in one area now. It seems to be throughout the line.
I mean, to Ukraine's defense, I mean, you've been on here forever, pretty much, saying that their days are numbered and stuff, and they're still fighting back.
And they are, and I think it is just going to be a war of attrition. But slowly but surely, Russia will just overpower with the artillery. They've got no supply problems. Everyone said they would have. They've got none.
But
Ukraine
is killing a lot with the drones. Now,
I don't know. I mean,
yeah, but Iran.
I think there's a risk that Europe will step up and increase their support. I mean, nothing Russia does is risk-free. You can't assume that the status quo will remain where Russia just continues to slowly gobble up Ukrainian territory.
Well, they've been on full war production now. Literally, I think it was like within 2-3 months of the war, they're on full production. They realized Russia were.
Yeah, I know.
And so I know it sounds, everyone's saying they're nicking washing machines and stuff. I'm sure that did happen, but the reality is they don't believe what we're told. I mean, think about what they've been saying about the deaths. I mean, on the Western media, they're saying ridiculous numbers, and everyone now understands. Even the propagandists understand that those numbers that were given out just aren't, nowhere near what the true numbers are. But they fed that they fed us with the same old stuff every time, that the Russians are all thick as shit. They're all inbred and they're all looting houses and they got no fucking military clothes, and it's not what it seems. Sure, it is in some, men to Putin, he don't care dispatching 5,000-10,000. He doesn't mind,
Yeah,
So
but
the
what
Ro-
I'm saying is you're making your premise is that the status quo as Ukraine's position deteriorates slowly, the position of the Western allies is going to remain the same. I think there's a good chance it will not. I think that your country and possibly ours, after Trump is gone, and maybe even with Trump, and all the rest of Western Europe, they can step up too, and they have degrees that they can increase their support. So there's a risk that the more success Russia has, the more support Ukraine will get from all these countries. It's not. I think that a stalemate may be eternal, and I hope that both leaders find a way to find a peace, because I don't think that you can. It's just a matter of time where Russia swallows Ukraine.
You think? Do you think?
No,
that
I don't think.
Ukraine has an ability to save country. If they surrender now, they're going to lose more the longer they stay.
If things continue the way they are, of course, Russia will eventually consume Ukraine. But I don't think they'll stay the way they are. I think Western allies will increase their support in different and dangerous ways. So I think it's a risky game that Russia's playing if they think that they can just continue to walk over Ukraine and eventually conquer it. It's
okay. Let me talk about the UK. So Starmer talks hard when he talks to the press about, basically we're coming to the final stages to be at war, and he's talking that we're going to defend and get involved, the UK officially. And I'm thinking to myself that I know, and he knows, that's just talk, because there's no appetite for anyone to fight in Ukraine by British people and by foreigners that turn up here.
I think that's true today, because the belief is that Ukraine can hold their own. But as that belief begins to give way, I think public opinion may change. And it may become popular to support what's left of Ukraine.
Okay, so we got 75,000 in the armed forces. That's all we got. Nothing.
I know.
We got over 45,000 on the terror watch list. So in reality,
that's all you have in your armed forces?
Correct.
Yeah, it's a very small military.
It's tiny.
Yep. So if they went out to war within 2 months, I would suggest maybe 20,000 of them will be not available, whether they're slightly injured or dispatched completely.
You're talking about Brits going to war?
Yeah.
No,
that's what you're suggesting.
No, I'm not. I'm suggesting that there is always another notch that support can go up from the West to Ukraine.
Yeah, but where would the end be? The end would be exactly you push until what?
Yeah, maybe they do go to war, and that is the end. Maybe Russia, maybe that is the end. That's why it's risky. It's risky for everybody to keep going.
And I'm putting it out there that one, Starmer's just talking shit, because in reality we haven't even got an army to replace itself after a couple of months even.
Okay, it's not just the UK. It's I laugh, but West Germany is a big country. It's all of Europe.
I did start with I'm only can speak for the UK, but it's mirrored. I would suggest it's mirrored.
Yeah, right. There's who's the big bitch in town? It's the U.S. And Trump's going to be gone in 3 years or whatever, and I don't know. I'm just saying it's the assumption that Russia could just keep going and continue to slowly consume Ukraine until it plants its flag in Kiev. I think that assumption is risky and
I mean, in reality, Russia has taken the land they want to take. Right? They've got access to the Red Sea. They've got the lands that the people who are ethnically Russian want them there, and like I said, either a majority or very much near a majority. So they've got like 30% of the country. I think they only really wanted 25%. So in reality, if they called for peace now, they wouldn't lose all their country. They would end up losing a third of it, which was always the argument from 20 years back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think either side is particularly interested, or doesn't seem particularly interested in a peace agreement.
Yeah, you're right. Putin's not, and nor is the Ukrainian. So, yeah.
And I think the best chance for peace from the U.S. as a force for peace will be under Trump. Whoever replaces Trump, I don't think it will be someone as friendly to Russia, even if it's a Republican, even if it's Vance.
Say, for example, the country America does well in the next couple of years, not ecstatically well, but does well, and another Republican would come in. Who would you want on the Republican side, or you would like maybe to take that position for the 2028 elections? You know, a Republican wins, but like, which one would you think would be best suited?
DeSantis.
Well, I think I assume Vance will be the odds-on favorite, and he strikes me as a very smart guy. So I tend to favor smart people.
Yeah, and would you then, you know, most probably vote for him? Would you have voted for him if America does well in the next 4 years?
I would lean towards that. I won't say it because I have to. You know, I've got more. There's more to see and find out about. But I'm very impressed with him.
Yeah. Puts no way. Rubio's in.
Rubio's pretty good. I mean, we'll see.
DeSantis is making a comeback.
No fucking way. That pipsqueak ain't got shiz.
Yeah, I don't think he can.
He ain't got the personality, is he?
Right, exactly. He doesn't come across as impressive on the campaign trail.
No, he didn't.
He's very flat. He's very flat-lined. He's supposed to be a very good governor.
He is a good governor.
Even McGrandy loves him. McGrandy loves him. He does. McGrandy does.
I'll tell you the truth, man. Rubio seems to be kind of somewhat of an independent thinker, which, you know, I think singles him out in my mind.
Yeah, I just want to see what the left brings. It better not be that Newsom guy.
I think
it might be
either him or AOC. Maybe Buttigieg.
I would go for AOC just to see her all the time on TV.
Yeah,
but you don't think she's attractive? You told me that here on the pub.
No. I made comments via somebody calling her a big butt Latino, which is not a big butt Latino. Yeah, there you go. That guy right there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm totally into big booty anybody's, including Latinos.
I mean, I remember our old buddy Graham.
Last Dance's Anaconda don't want none if she ain't got buns, hon.
Our old buddy Graham Booth.
Guy knows. David Lip knows me.
Do you know what he's quoting?
No, but it sounds wonderful.
What about Harris? Why can't Harris run again?
It's lyrics to song.
Yeah,
why can't Harris win?
Baby Got Back by Sir Mix-a-Lot. But here's the thing. Last Topple, they want to win, so they're not going to put up somebody who lost. That's the
They want to
thing.
win. What happened the last election?
You've got that new uncle. Is it Jasmine Crockett? She's really intelligent. She is.
She would no.
Yeah, I don't.
She-
A little too divisive. I don't think.
Yeah.
She's
Each side has an idiot. Has their idiots.
she's a member of Mensa, I think.
MTG. You can't get stupider than.
Oh
Marjorie
God,
Taylor Greene.
she's about
Who's
as low as
that?
you go.
Who's
The
that?
Lion
I don't
King?
even know who that is.
JB Pritzker, is he the big guy?
He's the big fat
Yeah,
governor
he's-
from Illinois.
He's
Oh,
But who seriously on the Democrat side would you see as the leader? Odds on going forward to be the leader.
who fucking knows? They throw anybody out there.
I thought it was going to be that the speaker dude,
Hakeem
And
Jeffries?
I could still see that.
Team, the
I could
dream.
still see that
Jeffries.
happening.
Yeah,
He just- I'm thinking behind the scenes, he's getting coached by Obama.
whoa! You know what they call him? They call him the Timo Obama. That's what they call him.
Well, I can see
Timo
that.
Obama,
Yeah,
Like the cheap
Like
Chinese crap.
cheap Chinese Obama.
yeah, Timo Obama. That's what
He's
they call him.
plastic.
Yeah, but he ends up throwing in a lot of like, oh, that's God's way, or that's how Jesus wanted
I mean,
it to be, or whatever. I don't
He's
like.
nowhere near as
I'm a
smart as
politician.
Obama. Yeah, I agree.
No,
That's
he's
what I mean. That's what I mean. Timo Obama.
Yeah, but there's
exactly-
nobody. There's no Democrat that's even close to Obama's stature.
Newsom is pretty sharp.
Yeah, but
I mean, I'm talking about on camera, right?
yeah.
Newsom's too manufactured,
You're right.
in my opinion. He doesn't
you-
have the. He to me screams of like rich, affluent, liberal Californian. That guy who's going to be at Nobu, eating and not going to talk to you. He's going to be at Wolfgang Puck's restaurant. He doesn't have a man of the people quality to me. That party is supposed to have.
Well,
But-
now see, Pritzker can pull that off because he's a fat slob.
So
I already like him.
So the real thick, low IQ Democrats will be thinking about AOC, won't they? Seriously, that's what they'll be thinking about.
They're
she'll
not
never-
Low. They're not low IQ.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say the far left, which is a significant
low
chunk of the
IQ.
party, will be
Yeah.
interested in AOC. I think Bernie's
Progressive.
Bernie crowd will
Bernie's done.
move over.
Bernie's train's done.
Mel Gibson.
He's too old. He's too old.
We can
Anyway.
only hope for someone.
He's too old. Our president just turned 79
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, and how old's
He's too
Bernie?
young, maybe.
Oh, he's
And
Trump's president. Trump's
And how old's Bernie?
He's in his 80s.
Oh,
Right,
you know what?
and he's running.
Oh, I
he's
thought you
run-
were. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying Mel Gibson was too old.
And he's running the last four, and he got shafted up the arse in the last two.
Yeah,
So-
Bernie ain't never gonna be president.
Mel
Exactly.
Gibson, I
For
think,
good
was
reason.
born in
Good.
Australia, so he's out.
He got
Oh, no.
shafted.
In the
I
next
Bernie-
Haiti.
Bernie
no,
got
where was-
shafted
where
from
was
a fucking a brown envelope.
Where was Obama born?
the U.S.
Egypt.
He was born in
Can't be a president unless
Kenya.
you're born
Kenya.
in America.
Kenya, Hawaii.
It was
It's a small
Kenya.
town in Hawaii.
Sharma El Sheikh. He was born there. Anyways, no. Hey, wife, can you throw me a link to that interview you were talking about that Gavin Newsom did when he supposedly disclosed a bunch of stuff about Trump? Wife, hopefully she gets that.
So he
Who
was
did?
born in 41. So he's 84 years old or somewhere thereabouts.
Yeah.
So he's too damn 83. He's too damn old.
Bernie?
Bernie, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The worst thing about Newsom is when the Chinese PM come to California, he cleaned up the streets, and then 2 weeks later, the streets were full of fucking shit again. And
Right.
he admitted on interview when posed the question, he admitted, yeah.
That was the only time I liked him when he was on this.
I mean,
But-
when you power wash anything, it blows back onto your body. It's impossible not to get it on
Oh,
you.
yeah.
But
How much do they pay these poor bastards to power wash the dried up fecal matter on the streets of LA and San Francisco with power washes? God,
Probably $20 an hour.
that is a tough gig, bro.
the worst thing about it all is
a lot
that
of
you've
money.
got you got these houses that are like 1,000 square foot or little apartments or whatever, and they end up walking outside and it's just literally a pickaxe handle staring at them in the pavement, in the corner. You know what I mean? It's not nice. It's not nice, is it?
Well, we won't find out more until after the primaries. Who's going for what anyway?
Yeah, I
But
guess we should take some predictions. Who's gonna be the Democratic nominee in 2020?
I'm saying Ben Shapiro.
I never heard of that.
Ben
Well,
Shapiro?
Shapiro, whatever the fuck his name is.
Ben
Shapiro.
Shapiro.
I would
Shapiro.
I would guarantee he's not going to be it.
Why not?
I'm going to say Gavin Newsom will be the
Yeah.
nominee.
I'm going to agree with Last Dance on both of his choices. So it'll be JD and
And
Newsom.
JD Vance for the Republicans.
I don't want JD.
He deals with the press really well. He don't fuck about. He's not too rude. He's not like a Trump.
Not too rude.
Yeah, because Trump really
Yeah,
hasn't got. He's got no filter at all. So
Didn't
I
he
don't know.
attack
I don't think.
Zelensky?
I was just going to bring that up. I don't think he looked good then.
Yeah, he did. He white knighted him for Trump at
well, to be honest with you, I backed him up. I backed him up over that. I backed him up over that, and I still will. I don't think he done anything wrong.
You're never going to vote for a Democrat. You're not going to vote for anybody in the U.S. because you can't.
Don't come
Don't tell him
begging.
what he can't do.
Don't come begging for billions of pounds and turn up in a fucking t-shirt and khaki trousers, and you never fired a gun. Don't.
Oh,
and then back chat in public. No. You're gonna get your fucking ass spanked for that, pal. And yeah, rightly so. Fuck him.
All right. I mean, I think you're biased against him personally.
I think he's a twat. I think he's a. I mean, Zelensky's.
Is that your way of denying it?
No, well, yes, clearly.
Zelensky's an actor at the end of the day. If you Google, you'll see it.
What's
He's an
Well,
actor.
we had an actor for a president, Ronald Reagan.
Reagan.
Yeah, he didn't play a piano with his penis though, did he?
Because he didn't have enough talent.
Well,
No,
I don't think
that's one of the
I
best
don't think that
parts.
was the case, but
That's one of the best parts in Back to the Future when Doc asks Marty, well, who's the president? And he says Ronald Reagan, and Doc goes, the actor? Come on, like, right? Like, it just tripped you out as a kid, thinking, yeah, wow, he was really an actor to people back then who probably could never perceive that, oh my God, this guy will be president someday. Not only that, a 2-term president, in a fairly, popular and divisive one,
and you got Arnold Schwarzenegger as well, of course, governor of California.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. Trump's going to run for a 3rd term, I thought. That's what I keep hearing. So what does it matter?
Yeah,
I predict he will not run for a 3rd term.
Well, who's the one that thinks he's going to be out after the midterms? Isn't that someone here?
Out?
No.
Or kind of a
I've
lame
read
duck?
that somewhere else then.
I said he'd be a lame duck.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Well, is there
Because
anything
the Democrats will take control of at least one house and possibly both.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's the problem. People voting for democracy is the problem.
Well, no, the midterms. I mean, traditionally, the party in power won't do well in the midterms, and then it puts
Right.
the rest of the presidency to shit, and it turns it into a bit of a lame duck on occasions.
It's a check valve.
Well, that's why you have to govern. The moment you take office, you have to think about the midterms.
Right.
Yeah,
You
I
should be
agree.
governing to win those.
Or just think about everybody. my wishful thinking. Just have somebody that cares about both sides and the people of this country, not just one side.
Right?
Shouldn't be using your power to issue executive orders to punish law firms that happen to represent people you don't like.
Yeah.
That isn't going to help you in the midterms.
And doesn't that tell you something when a whole handful of law firms are willing to donate up to $100 million in work to avoid this sort of shit to Trump? Like, are they saying they're willing to donate that much in billable hours for free to the administration? And
well, first of all, you should realize that when a lawyer donates $100 million in hours, it's worth about $500,000 at most. They're just they're just overcharging their hours, overbilling.
So let's just say on average, you're saying they're going to give them about 1,000 hours.
Yeah, let's say that
at $500 an hour, 500,000.
Right. That's a lot of hours.
Yeah,
just to suck someone's
teat,
just to lick his boots. Let's say it that way.
Oh, okay.
Lick the king's boots. No kings, but just to lick his boots. I got it in there.
Anybody see that? Did you guys talk about that? The
No, we didn't.
Things today?
No, not really.
Why does everyone hate Stephen King?
Yeah, that joke so played. Did you see?
Is that a joke? Oh, I wasn't original. I was original with it. Not too much.
I don't listen to. Steve's a hater. I think it was a great
bias hater.
No, exactly.
It's got a lot of layers too because Stephen King is such a
rabid anti-Trumper.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's.
Is he just an anti-Trumper, or is he just far left?
Both.
I don't know. I just know of him for hating Trump.
And he's admittedly far left, and he has a.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I know exactly where his house is.
Whoa.
Well, the one he has in Florida is.
Did he crash into that one too?
No. What are you talking about? When he got hit by that van when he was walking?
I thought he crashed a car into a house before too.
No. When he was like walking in Maine on the side of a road without sidewalks, he got hit by a van, got almost killed. Terrible. I don't care about his politics. I like
great books. Love his books.
The Stand, incredible. The Gunslinger series, some of my favorite writing of all time. So yeah, I love his stuff too.
I've never read a Stephen King book.
You only watch the movies.
I don't think I've seen a few.
Pet Cemetery?
No, I think I've seen Christine.
Okay.
Christine was.
Oh, that's a great one. Stand By Me?
I don't think so.
Oh,
you
really?
never saw Stand By Me?
That's bizarre.
So.
Wow.
One of the best of all time.
Mm-hmm.
It had a young Kiefer Sutherland. No, was it Kiefer Sutherland?
Yeah. Kiefer was in there.
He was
the bad. He was the bad. He took that cigarette and put it right in River Phoenix's face. Remember?
Yeah, River Phoenix is what I was thinking of.
In what movie are we talking about?
Stand By Me.
Stand By Me. All of a sudden, my mind morphed to The Lost Boys, and I was like, "Yeah, Kiefer Sutherland, he's the lead vampire."
That was a couple years after.
He's
after
in both of
Stand
them.
By Me. Yes.
What a great actor! He played the bad guy in Stand By Me. Then he played the bad vampire in The Lost Boys. He really was a good evil prick, Kiefer, in his younger days there.
Yeah.
Cool. Great. Both of them great movies, man. Oh, I love them.
Yeah, Lost Boys is super cheesy, but still I enjoy watching it whenever I see it.
It's cheesy, but also good at the same time.
Yeah.
And
I showed my son. Went through what movies I could remember that were safe for my son to watch at different stages of his life. And that was one of them that we watched was The Lost Boys.
Did he like it?
Yeah, I think he liked it better than Stand By Me because I showed him that one too.
It's definitely a little more exciting. Stand By Me is kind of psychological for sure.
Yeah, that's good though.
It's so good, man. Richard Dreyfuss, awesome as the narrator.
Yeah.
Kind of forget about it. It's just the voice, but it's cool.
Yeah, he kind of just dropped off.
Richard
Yeah, I
Dreyfuss.
Yeah, it was like, what about Bob happened? And I don't think he was really in anything after that. That's been like 25 years ago.
That's a good point. I wonder what
Yeah.
happened to the boy.
He had a solid resume going through there.
I mean, he might have just had enough money where he didn't give a fuck.
They could have. That's what the guy in Pet. What's the Little Shop of Horrors? The kind of funny looking dude. He was in
Rick
Blockbuster.
Moranis.
Yes, he just did that. He was like,
Yeah.
I want to hang out with my family.
Speaking
Right.
about him, you hear about Spaceballs 2 coming out?
Mm.
Yeah, I have, yeah.
And supposedly he's going to be in it.
I saw Mel Brooks doing a promo for it. He looked quite with it for somebody who's 98 years old.
Wow.
I believe
He
he's still
can't-
alive.
8.
Yeah, Steve.
Well, it can't have
Yeah.
been. It can't have been him at 98. He was too with it. So it must have been either he did the promo 10 years ago for Spaceballs 2, or
Was it in color?
or it was an AI. I don't know, but it looked.
Oh, Chuck Norris just looks. He doesn't look his age. I don't know how old he
He's
is. but
he's
Didn't he
80.
get plastic surgery?
Oh, I haven't seen him for 30 years.
Well,
Yeah, he basically looks like a stationary face when he's walking around. He can't show a lot of emotion, it seems like, because his face has been worked on. It's kind of like this walking orb of a face.
he promotes some sort of health thing, like some sort of. But he works out and he's super fit. He's still super fit.
Well, how old is he?
80, I
And
believe.
he's fit.
Well, for an
You look it up.
80-year-old,
Yeah.
you know what I mean. He's got more shape than I have as a 50-year-old. If you know what I mean.
You're 50?
52.
Wow.
I knew we were close to the same age.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. He's still like super lean and all his muscle, all his definition there. I don't think he's ever lost it.
Good for him.
I'm gonna go make fun of him. Old
He's
man.
80. He was born in 1940.
Oh,
Holy
Is he-
shit!
And he's
Did
85.
he touch
85.
steroids? Because Arnold Schwarzenegger and all them, they all touch the steroids, so their body completely changes. But did Chuck Norris ever do any of that shit?
He didn't look like he was on steroids.
Yeah.
He was,
He was like like a dad bad dude.
no, when you saw him, like he had a 6-pack. He was
Yeah, but I mean, he
was
wasn't
like-
like he wasn't out like
Juice
Arnold
definition. It wasn't
Schwarzenegger
juice.
No,
def-
no,
yeah,
no.
it wasn't
or
juice
John
definition.
Cena or
none of that excess muscle. He was a lean, like what you'd think of like as a classic kickboxer body, just
Yeah.
lean. He could snap his leg out and kick you in the jaw, and you'd be fucking not even know that he did anything. He was like
And
super
his wife,
fast.
Chuck's wife is pretty fit as well. She's on the advert. She's about 30 years his junior, I think.
Vanna
he's-
White still's got it.
Vanna White, no kidding, huh?
Yeah, dude.
Look her up.
It's because she does so much movement and stuff. She's got to push that letter.
Those arms, man.
Does she still work on the fucking show?
Yeah, she gets paid what Pat Sajak does because he retired, and she said she'll stay if she gets what Pat Sajak got. And they were like, "All right."
Oh, is Vanna White the one on the game show thing?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never understood that.
I think she's like 60-something years old.
That's when they spin the wheel, and then she turned the
The
letters.
Wheel of Fortune.
No, she don't turn it no more. She just touches it.
No, well, no, the Wheel of Fortune's a different. It is the Wheel of Fortune, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah,
just
they
the
used to
wheel?
they used to spin the letter
I
because it
think
was like
the
old
fun-
ass letters that were they were sitting up there on a thing.
The funniest one was, and it's like 4 words, 1 letter, 5 letters, 2 letters, 6 letters, and most of them are in place. And the guy guesses a group of pill poppers. And it's hilarious. Pat's like, Jesus, this is a kid show. The audience dying. And then the next guy, a group of well-wishers. Yes, you're right. Like his guess was a group of pill poppers.
No, my favorite was Family Feud with that molester on it. The guy that molested everybody.
Richard,
Yeah,
Dawson.
Dawson.
Come here,
yeah.
give me a kiss, honey.
Yeah, they famously made fun of that on European Vacation with Chevy Chase and.
Oh, really?
You know,
I didn't know that.
when what was it, to the beat a pig or whatever, pig in a poke.
Yeah.
Like in the game show, he like goes to hug Audrey, the young teenage daughter, and like gives her a huge French kiss. It's totally disturbing, but he's definitely making fun of him.
I once guessed a
Does it remind you of Creepy Joe?
Wheel of
God,
Fortune
yes.
puzzle with no letters.
Mhm.
Yeah, because he was like that with the children too. It was like,
Yeah, some of those awkward. There was one little kid who was like all like looking at him, giving him the side eye and shit. Just, like
I know.
sniffing. Like, what the hell, dude? Leave her
Steve,
alone.
Steve, there's like 2-3 minute combos of Joe Biden and his awkward.
oh, we're
moments
talking
with
about Joe
kids.
Biden now. Okay.
Oh, sorry. And
No, I
yeah.
didn't.
I'm a girl dad.
It's so hard to
Some old-
watch the 2 minutes.
If some old dude started sniffing my daughter, he's
Getting punched.
he's catching something, you know, and like
Ooh.
Get a clip.
this guy thinks he's fucking gonna be sniffing up little kids. What
He-
presidential
he-
presidential like powers?
He's on a
powers
hot mic.
sniff?
He's on a hot mic. You can hear him sniffing. You can hear him put his head close and then sniff. He's on a hot mic. You can hear his nose go.
That's
Like,
just that's just
Poor
locker
Joe.
room talk.
Poor
Yeah,
Joe
no.
has ass cancer now. Let's leave him alone.
John Kennedy, he kissed babies. Biden goes for the sniff. What the fuck?
And Trump
And
just
as
grabs the
April-
older ones by their.
As Aphid Lip points out in a famous interview to Billy Bush on, I don't know, Inside Edition or some dumb shit, Trump
Here
said
we go.
he grabbed them by the pee. But those were adult women who were in a beauty contest. And
That's acceptable.
When
I
you're famous,
think
Yeah, but,
When you're
but
famous, you can get away with it.
let me qualify him because Trump said, but they let you. They let you. They really do. They let you grab him by the pussy.
Yeah, we're so screwed. We should have elected Ted Cruz.
I don't think Trump ever even did that. I think any woman who was there would have, and he knew people would have been watching. He never did that. I think he was literally just being
bragging.
a blowhard, trying to talk to this
Locker
guy.
room talk.
I mean,
Locker room talk, I was
how
like,
would you get away with something like that? And what kind of an animal would do something like that to another human being? I mean, give me a fucking break. If he did, it is absolutely horrendous. I can't fucking see it.
We live in a society with Weinsteins. Wait, that's not his name. What was
Close
the
enough. Close enough.
Epstein?
No, not Epstein. The other one.
Weinstein.
Weinstein.
All
I
my
made a-
people.
Yeah, anyone associated with Epstein after 2000,
Take it easy, just Steve.
2009, I think it's 2008, should be highly
Didn't-
questioned at all times because that
Didn't
was after
Musk
his
call
first-
out
that was-
Trump for that though?
Yeah,
I
but
thought-
that was after his first conviction. So after his first conviction, for you to have contact, anyone to have contact with him is suspect. And I believe the contact with Trump was 2007, the last time they had contact. So
I made a live leak video the night that tape came out, and I can see it right here. I got it.
What's the
Fire it up.
tape?
It's
Share your screen.
I made it the night that came out.
The night they drove old Dixie down? Like what came out? What are you talking about?
The tapes of Trump.
The Trump and Billy Bush
Tape.
interview.
Oh, I love that one.
I haven't. I don't think I've seen it for since that happened back then.
Yeah, Billy Bush ended up getting fired.
Yeah,
and
there it is.
losing
There it
Everything.
is.
Yeah, screen share, buddy. This is
Okay.
not gonna
Okay.
hurt.
How do I? Because it's a
Percent.
file,
Percent.
video file. Okay, here we go.
Just make it a tab on your computer. Then
I'm just sharing it, and it said video clip, and I said yes. Oh, there's all my, well, not all of them. The live videos I got them in one folder. Okay, here we go. Do you got it?
There it is. All right, I'm going to add to stage, and then I'm going to go.
Donna, what is that?
Okay, I'm gonna start it over.
I moved on her. What is that? What does that even mean? I moved on her. Yeah, moved on her. And who's this little weasel guy with him?
Billy.
Billy Bush, I guess his name is. Who's this little guy? Go on, hug the Donald. Hug the Donald. And what exactly is grabbing a pussy? Can somebody link me to a YouTube video how to grab a pussy? I mean, it's over. It's done. It's just.
You look high as
He said
hell,
this
bro.
I was so wasted, dude.
You know, it was 11 years ago. I mean, he'd be fired. Take a trip down to HR, walk his shit out the front door. If he streamed here on Lively, I've heard stories of guys that said stuff that was about as equal to what he said, and they can't stream here on Lively anymore. The Republican Party is in big league trouble. Big league trouble. I'm looking at this as good news. I was perfectly fine as an
That
independent.
editing is so weird.
You
It's
know,
choppy.
both sides. I'm not really like jazzed about this news. He wasn't even a conservative, really. I mean, would it really honestly surprise you if it came out that, like, in the past he had even had an abortion? I mean, would you be shocked, you know, if you
Trump had an abortion?
found
Trump
out
had an
that,
abortion?
he paid?
I said, would it shock you if you found out that? Because I was trying to make the point that he's not a conservative.
It's over.
Yeah, I thought this was before the election.
Well, he's also not a woman, so
So it's just your commentary.
No, paid for. Yeah. This is well. To set the stage, it was like late at night, and what's his name? Live Lurk. You guys remember that guy?
Yes.
We were talking to each other, and he's like, dude, you should totally make a video, do it, you know. And he didn't mean make a video about that. And I was like, all right. So I did. And I was sitting on, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was sitting on the floor of my bedroom and recording that. but I think I went on and talked to is it over with? Cause I can't push play now.
Steve.
Yeah, you can
For an
finish it.
abortion? No,
Oh, here
you
we go.
wouldn't be shocked.
Okay, here we go.
An abortion? I mean, would you be shocked, you know, if you
not only wouldn't I be
found out
shocked,
that,
it wouldn't
you know,
matter.
he paid at some point for an abortion? No, you wouldn't be shocked.
Oh my God.
Although paid for might be a little bit of a stretch. He comes off more probably like the Damone guy from Fast Times at
Vic.
Ridgemont High. So the news channels are pretty much repeating themselves, except for Fox. They seem to be playing a lot of the hurricane coverage more than the other channels are.
There was a little tiny hurricane that night, I remember. And Fox was only talking about the hurricane.
Nothing else
All right.
is happening. Nothing Trump said. It's just hurricanes tonight.
All right, how do I
Now
push
I
play?
remember why I don't like you.
You want to get through this the whole
Yeah,
day?
it's almost
For some
All
reason,
right.
I'm fully aware that it's a statistically proven fact that a majority of the people that will watch this video are having the serious butt hurts tonight. But I'm willing to sacrifice myself because of my morbid curiosity to at least see some more comments about this topic. I don't think I've seen anything like this in my lifetime. I mean, most of the friends I have here on LifeLeak I know do not agree with my opinions as far as
Is
Trump
that the
goes.
hat?
I wouldn't say I'm
Yeah,
exactly
the Pia hat.
ecstatic
Pia hat.
about
Yeah.
the reality
Long live
of our
Duke.
current situation.
Rest in
Oh
peace.
man, now I'm gonna
Cheers,
cry.
LifeLeak.
Okay, that's it.
Now that's right. That's the AFED I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously I was wrong. I thought for sure that because that
Well,
was like, remember, it
I'll
was
tell
like,
you were the original TDS
yeah, I did.
before it was cool.
No,
You had
no,
it.
he wasn't. It was the other one.
DCM Fox.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I was just so worried that he would, and it kind of.
You were worried that he wasn't going to get elected?
No, I was worried that he would divide the country more than previous
Well, he
administrations.
did.
More
but-
than Hillary.
Well,
More
he was
than-
completely wrong.
What?
Yeah, he won.
Didn't the country become more divided when Trump was president, though?
But it wasn't Trump, was it?
Was he the president at the time?
Yeah, he was the president, but it wasn't him making the country divided.
It's everybody. It takes two to
Right,
divide.
it
I
does.
wouldn't-
That didn't happen when Obama was president, though.
That's not the point I'm trying to make, though. I mean, it's like I struggle. I like the one Jewish guy that was running.
Shapiro.
No, this is
Shapiro.
This was a couple of
the greedy merchant.
It was like 8 years before that happened. I can't remember his name, or 4 years maybe.
Ross
I don't know.
Perot?
No, I don't remember. I can remember what he looks like, but I can't remember his name. But anyway, I thought that would be bad for the country if he was voted in, because I thought that it would put too big of a target on the United
You hate
States with having
Jews.
a Jewish. It's not because I hate Jews. It's the point I'm
That's
trying to
what
make.
someone who hated Jews would say.
No, it's just I liked him, and it had nothing to do with his political beliefs.
I
I
don't
just
even
thought
know who
that,
this is. There is no. Such
I know.
person.
No, there was a guy who was in the primaries that
Which
was running,
primary?
and he was
Democrats. Got
like
Lieberman. You're talking about
yes,
Lieberman.
yes.
Joe Lieberman.
That's exactly it. I like Joe Lieberman, but I thought it was a risky move putting a Jew in the White House.
From his mouth.
Yes.
Damn Jews.
Well, he wouldn't be in the what? You mean he was in the primary?
It had nothing to do with me. I mean, I liked everything about him. I wanted him to be president. I just thought that it would put too big of a target at that time, with the Middle East the way it was. That I just didn't know if it was a good idea.
I'm sending you.
I'm just being honest.
To the what is that?
That's a large
Group.
qualifier you put in there. Took a while.
ADL.
ADL. I'm
you go.
forwarding your name.
I didn't want to say it,
ADL.
but nobody else chimed in, so
I don't know what he was talking about.
The Anti-Defamation League, but
Oh.
Anti-Defamation.
mhm. I'm with you. All right. What's next topic?
I don't
fellas?
know.
I
Now that
don't know
we
where we picked this up from.
we put the J word out there, everyone's silent.
Well, no, I mean, we have a lot to cover, and you wanted to cover that plane.
Yeah, we got to cover the plane because there's some good videos. So.
All right, everybody, like, what are you, a fucking camel last dance? You never go take a pee.
What makes you think I don't just pee my pants? I'm wearing a diaper.
Adult diapers. I hear you, man. All right.
He's sitting. You thought that was his dining room. He's sitting on his toilet.
You know what? It looks like he slowly rises up as things like inflate below him as he.
That's because he's not just pissing.
Ah,
I have an enormous bladder. I just get up.
all right. You're like, eventually the whole
He doesn't
window
drink
will be
beer
blocked.
either, though.
He drinks whiskey. You're right.
Yeah, I drink whiskey. I don't have to pee. If I drink
Yeah.
beer, I'm peeing every 20
I
minutes.
also drink this. This cup was full when I started.
All
Look
right,
at his
good man.
forehead. He's sweating it out.
And look, he's
Am
rocking it.
No.
Did I see? Was that a Tervis tumbler?
This thing?
Nervous.
Yes. No, no,
Exactly.
the water.
Oh, what kind of a tumbler did you say? I don't even know. What it is.
Tervis. It's a Swedish company. They're like plastic, like. Nobody knows of the Tervis tumbler.
No, but it could be, but I don't know. I don't see the
Wow.
word Tervis. Not that my vision is good enough anymore.
All right, I'm gonna go urinate for the 9th time, and I'll be back. And
Mhm.
then we're gonna get into the set plan pour moi. All right.
All right.
What was the little midget guy on that island romantic
Hervé Villachez, Fantasy Island.
fantasy island? The
Tattoo.
plane. Yeah,
The
tattoo.
The plane. The plane is crashing.
He was perfect for this.
He
segment.
really was. What would it be without him? It would be. He added
Ma-
the
ma-
exotic.
What was the guy? Ricardo Montalban or something?
Ricardo Montalban.
Ricardo Montalban. We're
Yeah,
probably
he
the
was-
only. We're probably the only two that know what the hell we're talking about.
Right. Well, you see, I changed my my description. It used to be disinformation expert.
Oh yeah.
Now it says
Yep.
disinformation expert, gangster of love.
Oh, okay. That's a nice addition.
So I ended up putting that on because I went through some 70s rabbit hole and emerged with the Steve Miller band, the Joker. and I just decided
Okay.
to put that on
Okay.
there.
Some call me the gangster of love.
Some call me the gangster of love.
Is that something you've heard? Or is that something that you can relate
Well,
to?
here's what I was looking at. This is how twisted my mind is. I was looking up some lyrics, and it occurred to me that when I was younger, there was no internet, and nobody knew what the fucking lyrics were for all these rock songs. And one of the worst ones was this song, "The Joker," because Steve Miller says, it appears he sounds like he says, "And I speak of the pompatus of love."
Yes. Yeah.
What the hell? That's not even a word. What is he saying?
Yeah, right.
It's not pompatus. It's got to be a real word.
Right.
And, nobody knew what the hell he was saying. It was like that for a lot of albums, a lot of music. But
What?
He's talking about Steve Miller Band, the
Joker.
The Joker. The pompatus of love. The lyrics.
Pompatus of love. And later on, as I was older, I actually looked up the lyrics, and it said pompatus. It's not a fucking word. He just made up a word and put it in there.
Really? That is the lyrics?
That is the lyrics.
Oh my God.
What do you call that song? The name of it?
Isn't it the Joker?
The Joker.
It is the Joker.
Joker, I'm a smoker, I'm a midnight toker.
It
One
is,
hit wonder,
because
right?
for the longest time, I thought it was Space Cowboy, but he actually has another song called Space Cowboy.
Really?
Completely different song.
What are the chances?
I know.
That was the time I hung out in a smoky pool hall, which was a lot. That was a common spin on the old jukebox in the corner. That song was heavy hitter.
Yeah.
Just give you a little taste.
Oh, here we go.
Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Take it off, Last Dance. Come on.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yep. Love that song.
I did like it, but it's in the category of overplayed for me now. I can't listen to it when it comes on. But it is a good one. I think Jungle Love is his best song.
I like every song I've heard of his.
Jungle Love is
I thought you only had one song.
one of the best dance songs you'll ever hear.
Steve Miller,
really
man. He's a
did.
classic.
Really? There's more than one?
Oh, Steve Miller was
Fly Like an Eagle. You got to remember that one.
That's
I Like
him?
an Eagle's good. Worst
Yeah.
song ever, Abracadabra.
I
Horrible.
like that song, but it is fucking stupid. and
he
annoying.
had some hits though.
Yeah.
I gotta look him up on
You don't know that? Yeah, you don't know that. You don't know that song? You don't know that song?
Abracadabra.
Yeah.
Gonna reach out and grab you.
That was like that was into the early to mid 80s right there.
Yeah.
It was late for him. I mean, whoa.
You okay?
You okay?
You good?
Yeah, no, that was some stale smoke. You had to appreciate the 80s version of all of the artists, like Steve Miller. You know who had some bad ones in the 80s was he sang that song, Valerie, call on me.
Oh.
Winwood.
Steve Winwood.
He had some incredible classic 70s songs, and then you get into the 80s. And
Well, he had like a comeback in the 80s, and it was really pop crap.
Yeah.
But I love that song, Valerie, and I think it's Tiesto does a dance mix of using it, and I posted it like last year on the Discord. It's like a aerobics class, and like chicks in little tiny bikinis and leotards dancing with one guy in the class. Topple, you said they're too skinny.
What's that?
To this video I posted, it's using a sample from the song Valerie by Steve Winwood. But, you know, to me, you have to appreciate their attempt at 80s music. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
Abracadabra.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reach out and grab
Well,
you.
All right, so let's talk about your
Mm.
worst '80s song. Mine is "Ebony and Ivory."
That's the worst.
I hate that song. It's
Oh,
so
come on!
awful.
You surely you could pick worse than that.
Oh, it's terrible. It's just a look at it's Stevie Wonder and Paul McCartney, and they together they produced the worst fucking
See,
song.
you have the two people right there that you just named are two of the greatest rock musicians in history. So
That's why that song is so disappointing.
what was the song by Culture Club that they sang over and over again?
Come on,
No.
Nadia.
Not Karma Chameleon. No, it was the one in the Wedding Singer. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Do you really want to make me cry? Yeah, that might be the worst.
Yeah,
'80s.
Bow, bow, bow.
Because it's from a shitty, like, the thing that pushes Ebony and Ivory above that is that it was Stevie and Paul. Like,
Okay.
just those two alone gives it a little bit more.
The lyrics of Ebony and Ivory are so cringe. It just makes me like. It's
Wait
like
a second. It wasn't
eating
Stevie
lemon.
Wonder. It was Michael Jackson, wasn't it?
No,
No,
Stevie Wonder.
No.
What's the
Michael
one
Jackson
Michael
and Paul McCartney. They did. It was on the Thriller album. I can't think of the name of that
Paul
song.
McCartney did something.
Yeah,
With Michael Jackson. Yeah, it's a great video.
They made a video for it, right? It's kind of like half cartoon, half real.
Kind of takes place in the Wild West, like a snake oil salesman or something.
Yeah.
I feel like is part of
I
it.
don't remember that.
Oh, what is that song?
Boy, that one defeats me. I can't remember. I don't want to Google it. I want to.
I know because I want to remember it.
Who do we have here? Johnny Grammaticus joining the fight. What up, pal?
Thank
Love
you.
to
There
see
are
you.
four lights.
Don't worry, be happy now. That song I hate it.
There are four.
Bobby
lights.
McFerrin is classic, though. I love that guy.
Yeah, but the noises he can make and stuff, but that song didn't take advantage of it.
Is Bon Jovi the 80s or 90s? Or
Good night,
like the
everyone.
mix?
Time for me to crash.
Oh wow, Based, you're actually saying goodbye this week.
Good
That's a
night.
first. See you,
Oh,
Based.
night, Based.
You based.
Thanks for
I,
stopping by, Based.
Happy
Take
Father's
care.
Day.
For the last half hour, but I thought today I'd better jump in and say,
What a nice guy. Peace,
All
my
right,
friend.
man.
Be well.
All right, take care.
Yeah. Best Bon Jovi is definitely 80s.
Is that the Wanted Dead or Alive and all the
Yeah.
stuff?
Yes.
I mean, if you had to pick a best,
Yeah.
I was about to say, yeah.
If you don't like Bon Jovi, then none of it's good.
How about
I-
Madonna? Who like Madonna?
I like some of her tunes. That song "Music" is good.
I like that "Our House in the Middle of the Street." That's a jam I got to when I was a kid.
Our house
in
in the middle of the street.
And putting on the hits. Remember that song? I loved cranking that thing up.
Oh, the
Putting on the hits or something. No, putting on the Ritz. That's what it was.
Putting on the Ritz.
Oh,
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
Zoot Suit Riot was that? it?
yeah. That's it.
So Queen was the 80s, not the 70s, or is
No,
that
Queen was the best. Queen was in the 70s.
Yeah.
Crappy Queen was the 80s. Some
80s.
people
I don't
say
think
otherwise.
much came. There wasn't much good about that.
No, 80s.
I think
sucked.
the Police and the Cars is pretty much all I really cared for. Like,
In the
like,
80s?
like to this day, can still listen to.
The Cure.
Well,
they were good there.
I mean, The Cure was awesome. Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction came
Late
out in
80s.
86.
What was the
Like
one-
late 80s. Pixies came out late 80s.
My wife was listening to the Sticks. Was that the 80s?
Sticks.
Sticks.
70s.
Yeah. Well,
they had,
there's some.
they had an
80s
album
too.
in 1980.
I'm Sailing Away or something that
Yeah,
starts
That's the
with.
70s.
That's
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's roller skating music right there.
roller skating.
Sticks. Tommy Shaw, right? Was that his name?
He joined a little later. I don't know if he was on it for the Come Sail Away, but he was certainly on it by 1980. I think he joined in 79, maybe. Yeah, he revived that band.
Was that "Seen all good people turn their head each day"? Was that Sticks? So satisfied on my way.
I don't I don't.
What was that? Yes. I
don't
think
even
that
know
might be
that.
yes.
That's more like yes to me.
Yeah. Ah,
Yeah,
man.
'cause my wife did the 80s. She just put Spotify hits on. I got like out of 100, 2 of the songs. And she's like, "You don't know the Sticks?" I'm like, "No."
It's not the Sticks. It's just
Oh, it's
Sticks.
Sticks?
Yes.
All right. I apologize.
It's okay. STYX, I believe, was the spelling
Yes,
that they chose.
the river Styx. Crossing it. What does it separate hell from? Whatever is next to hell.
So
whatever poor country lives next to hell.
let me throw out some more bands that you missed, and you can just throw a quick yes or no. Let the seminal time of this band's growth, even though they did start in the 70s, everybody knows them from the 80s. U2.
Hate U2.
I like some U2 songs.
Joshua Tree.
No,
I know Joshua Tree. I'm not a big fan though.
That's a good album, man.
I never liked him.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. See, us Boston Irish loved them. You know,
I never liked much, man. I'm real picky.
Hall & Oates.
Hall & Oates is tough.
I like that
I like a couple. There's some Hall & Oates songs I think are great.
Rich Girl. That's
He's a rich girl.
Sarah. I like Sarah.
Sarah's all right. I mean,
The Joan Jett and the Blackhawks of Hearts.
Suck.
Joan Jett.
Nah, man, I was.
I like some of their songs.
Yeah, man, when those would come on the radio, because
I
when I was a
I
kid,
hate Joan Jett.
the first thing I had was like a little boombox, but it had 2 speakers. So you had to you had to lay back into it to get the stereo part of it. Because if you were more than 2-3 feet away, you couldn't get the stereo. And I'd wait for like Joan Jett to come on, or the My Baby Is a Centerfold. I remember really liking that song.
Was that the Cars?
No,
was that
Bobby Squire? Is that it?
Billy Squire.
Billy Squire.
Was that
Angel
Billy
is the
Squire?
centerfold. It was Angel.
Angel, yeah.
But
Is
the
it, or
song
was
was
it
called
Baby?
Centerfold.
What was that? Was that Jay Giles band?
That's it. Jay Giles band. What'd I say? Billy Squire?
You
Yeah.
said
What
Jimmy
that-
Squire or something.
Yeah, I know. Come on, you know
Billy
what I'm saying. Billy,
Yeah, right.
Billy Bush, that dude. It was rad.
Love it.
Let's
Probably
not forget what
Billy
they were
Bush is
talking
probably
about-
homeless now.
what
Probably.
they were talking about and what his name is. It's just so many layers of weird.
The B-52s were the 80s.
70s
Lady.
and
Well,
80s,
yes,
yeah.
yeah. But
They're
like
80s?
really didn't get going till
Love Shack's the only thing I know, right? Is there anything else?
They got that tin roof.
I
They
got
got
they were good.
Crocodile
What?
No, not that's Rock Lobster. That's it.
It
Rock
wasn't
Lobster,
called Tin Roof. It was called Love
Who?
Shack.
Who's the one?
Oh yeah,
sings,
that was same song.
Who's the one that sings red?
You know what I'm saying?
Red wine. Who's the-
UB40.
Yeah.
Is that 80s or is that 90s?
No, that was
UB40
80s.
was 80s. Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely 80s.
I like that song.
Later 80s. Later 80s.
Okay.
Yeah. UB40 was A-OK.
Dexy's Midnight Run. There was a lot of shit that
Yeah.
was top dog in the 80s.
I in particular like the band. Oh man, Jesus, Wang Chung. Who the hell was that?
Quiz. What was the first video played on MTV? I know that one.
Video killed the radio
star.
star.
Oh, I thought it was Aha.
No, that was like
And
2
I
or
love
3
that
years
song,
into it.
Video Killed the
Was
Radio.
am I? Oh, damn! I thought it was Aha.
Dance all day. Yeah, Wang Chung.
Take on me.
Wang Chung was a good band.
On me.
Can you keep it going?
No, I don't know what that is.
Take
Come
me
on, I want
on,
the answer.
I'll be.
But anyway,
gone.
it gets
In
so
a
high, I
day or
can't.
two.
Nobody can sing the high parts.
The Weezer dude did a pretty good job of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they remade that a few years ago,
Uh-huh.
and it's hard to tell the difference.
He says I'll be gone in a day or two, but in a day or two is in acapella. That's like you can't. Yeah,
It's impressive.
if you test if you have testicles, you're not supposed to be able to say
Right.
that. But
So
Gotta go with the
Aero-
falsetto.
Aerosmith was the 70s, and I know a
Yeah.
lot from the 90s. Was there stuff in the 80s from Aerosmith?
yeah, man.
Yeah, the Run DMC and them they made a comeback.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay.
And they also teamed up with Rick Rubin, and he produced Pump, I believe.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
was the-
I don't know. You know that one?
That dude, man.
that had
That
Love
dude-
in an Elevator. That was a good album.
That dude can bring out the best in a lot of really great bands.
Steven Tyler?
And he's still
No,
alive.
Rick Rubin.
Oh, Rick Rubin.
Yeah, he produced like Jay-Z's best album. He did some Beastie Boys stuff. He did Aerosmith. He's can do everything.
The what's the Chop Suey band? What's that band called? He did that one. System of the Down.
System of the Down, yeah.
System of a Down.
Come on, man. You know what I'm saying?
First down.
He would not give you the point for music trivia.
I'll take System of the Down.
I'm sorry. Phrase that as a question.
Who's the
What
one?
what is System of the Down?
Wrong.
What's the one with the 3 chicks in it? It has a fat one, a good-looking one, and a normal-looking one.
Wilson Phillips.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just
I thought it was the Bengals. Bengals.
Oh yeah, there's lots
Oh,
of
no, that,
Oh,
all the
okay.
Bengals,
Dixie
all the
Chicks.
Bengals chicks were hot. There wasn't no fat one in the Bengals, bro. They didn't.
No, there
allow-
wasn't? Okay,
No.
okay.
The Buggles.
And the lead singer of the Bengals was Susanna Hoff.
Yeah, she was really cute, man. She was really
Who does Eternal
was-
Flame?
When I was
Yeah,
a kid, that chick
That's
was,
her. That's her.
Susanna Hoffs. Yeah, she's
Check her out now.
She was. Oh no, I don't know if I want to.
She looks great.
Hey, trust me.
Oh
She
no.
looks
You do,
great.
buddy.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
She's held up, huh?
absolutely.
Oh,
I wouldn't
wow.
know. I wouldn't know. I hear from information.
I would
will
know.
have to. I will have to look it up. Man, seriously, like one of the first times I was like, man, girls are not yucky. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who was that? That was the
That chick
Bengals?
to the Bengals.
Really?
In the
Okay.
video,
I was
walk
probably
like
like 7 or 8 when that
7
like
or
an-
8. Come on.
Walk Like an
You're
Egyptian
probably
came out.
like
I don't even know what her
23.
name was.
No, look it up. I bet that
The
came out
first-
in like 83, 84.
Yeah,
I was
you're
10
right.
or 11.
The first older
Yeah.
woman I liked was from the Meatloaf music video. I would do anything for love. I don't even know if she has a name. I think she was just an actress.
That was actually Meatloaf, you sick bastard. He had long hair.
Damn, that fat motherfucker.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Oh, well, for me, it was Barbara Eden as I Dream of Jeannie. That's because I'm damn old.
What the fuck is
What is
this?
that from the old silent movie days? Who the fuck are you talking about, man? Barbara
It was a-
Eden?
It was a TV show. I Dream of Jeannie. You must have heard of it. Come on, guys.
I
Is that
have.
the
Yeah.
one where they get stranded on an island?
No.
No, she wasn't bad. It was between her and the other one based on a witch, Bewitched.
Oh, yeah. It's,
They were on around the same time. I Dream of Jeannie was pretty hot. The Witch was pretty hot.
yeah.
They looked kind of similar.
Elizabeth Montgomery played the Samantha.
Yeah. And she's not bad. I Dream of Jeannie was all right.
And was
I think-
Madonna hot
No, I
in the
think
80s?
she's still alive.
Really?
Hard to believe. She got to be in her 90s if she's still alive. She is 93 and she is alive.
Wow.
Impressive.
93.
Yep.
Wonder what those saddlebags look like.
Jesus.
Gotta ride the horse to know.
I don't wonder. I don't think there's 2 T's in it, English.
Titties? Oh, sorry.
Bewitched. Witched.
It's
You
okay.
might have made that spelling on purpose.
Okay. Morticia Adams from the Adams family. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyone have any new bands that they're into? I have one.
Like in the last 5 years.
One that still plays music and like that is not defunct. Like even I don't care if it was even Pearl Jam, but I like Ghost, the band Ghost.
Oh, that's a great band. Actually, I do like one of their songs.
I've gotten into them from our buddy Random Goon and his weekly foray into music.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna try to make that last night. Did you guys hit it?
Of course, I tried to request a third song, and he denied me.
Mm.
It was like
Van Dyke. Yeah, he's still alive.
It was like 2
Is that
a.m. for
Blur?
him.
What song? Third song, is that Blur?
Blur?
Yeah, the band.
What about what?
The third song. Oh, it's not the title of the song.
No. It was
Oh.
the third one I was trying to request of the night.
Oh, okay.
It would have been White Lion, Little Fighter, hairband metal, good guitar work. But
First
anyway,
song too. There. Yeah, he got it right.
here we go. Last Dance, plane crash talk.
Okay.
You're up.
Well, I don't have any videos prepared, but there's one we should show.
Yeah. Well, where's the
I'm sorry. Let me see if I can find it.
no preparing?
No prepared. I'm still looking at that latex mask on that creepy Killbot.
Did they find that guy yet?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm muted. That's why you guys can't hear me. I'm playing the thing for Last Dance, but you guys, I'm sitting here doing it over and over.
On the add to stage?
Oh no, I lost it, son of a bitch.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you have
buddy.
Spotify or something?
Here. It was Tattoo
What?
from
Fantasy Island.
Fantasy Island we were talking about when you went pee. The plane.
Turn your car on. Turn your car on. Let it run for a bit.
Why?
So the alternator can build up power to the battery.
Classic teen doesn't just do it. He has to know fucking why.
Huh?
He has to know why.
My wife drove his car and left the lights on. So.
Well, I mean, you told him something and he didn't just say okay. He had to know why.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is good to know the reason behind something. Sometimes I'm like a grumpster when a kid asks me why. I'm just like, just fucking do it. I mean,
Oh, you get used to it.
right.
Like I said, he's 19, so I'm used to it. I should explain why, so in the future he knows why.
Someday he'll be telling some other young punk why. So yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Mrs. Lip wants to make sure that I tell the three of you Happy Father's Day.
Oh, well, happy Father's Day to you.
Thoughtful
Well,
man.
she's a woman.
What? No.
Well, he's staying to us. But do any
Oh.
you guys have any plans for tomorrow? Like for yourselves?
I'm just going out to lunch with my daughters.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm not
Who's
working.
paying? Last Dance, who's paying?
I'm paying.
Yes.
Well, it's Father's Day.
No.
Come on.
No.
It's a. They don't need to, me. I need that.
So you're taking them out.
Exactly.
No.
We'll pretend
That's how
they're
it's
taking me.
supposed
You're
to be.
you're bribing them out.
No. Anytime you get to spend time with your children.
No, yeah, I'm just kidding.
That's nice. That's nice. You two guys down the bottom there. Any plans for tomorrow?
Yeah, I do, but you guys will make fun of me, so I won't tell you.
You're going to a Chinese place, I bet.
Close. Well, and I don't know if this is what we're gonna do, but so far the only thing that they have voted on that I didn't vote on was going to Applebee's for all you can eat riblets, shrimp, and chicken strips.
Man, see, if you were the best food you can get is food you make because you're a real chef.
Well, that's what I got this whole thing set aside where I got 2 chicken breasts. I'm going to flatten them out. I'm going to stuff them and then wrap them in bacon. And then I'm going to do my green beans with butter, garlic, and sugar and roasted bicolored potatoes. But that's what the other 50% chance is. which I think I should do, but they're saying that I take too much time out of the day to do it, and it's my day, and I think they just really want the Applebee's all you can eat.
I don't know. I mean, all
whatever
you
is
can
a
eat
treat.
ribs, winglets, and drumlets, or bisexual potatoes. I'm going with the bisexual potatoes all day long, buddy. Those things
Yeah.
sound-
I said bicolor, didn't I?
Oh, sorry,
potatoes?
my bad, my bad.
But all we heard was "bye."
They're small, tiny potatoes that you cut in half and you oil them
Yeah.
up, put seasoning on, you roast them. Oh, they're so good.
We call them baby potatoes, but
Yee.
All right.
Right.
Watch this video. It's only 1 minute long. That's how long the flight lasted.
242 people
Okay, there it goes. There it goes.
All right, this
or
is the-
241,
They have no idea what's about to happen.
241 on the plane died.
Yeah, they
and then one
at
survived.
this moment they don't know that they're going to die in 1 minute.
It's hard to believe one survived. It's hard to believe it.
That's so fucking.
I still
crazy.
don't believe it. I think he was on the ground and he's pretending.
I
Yeah.
think he was in the doctor's hostel.
All right, stop. What you think? Come on, Last Dance.
Well, so the question everybody's asking about here is, are the flaps? It needs to be, in order for this to be a successful takeoff, the flaps need to be deployed.
How about the landing gear? Should they be
Last
up right
Dance.
now?
Can you use your
No.
mouse to focus on where the flaps are, and then
I don't know. I mean,
It's
you
on the
can't-
wings.
yeah, that's your
Well,
mouse. We can see it.
Trailing
There's-
edge of the wings. You can't see shit. You
Didn't
can
we
see
learn
a
that in
little
middle school where the flaps were?
bit-
Sorry.
Between
Sorry.
our legs.
You can
Well-
see a little darkness here. Is that
Superficially, they look down, and that means that's good for lift.
I can't tell.
I can't tell. Flaps 5 is not a very
No, wait,
dramatic setting.
flaps down would be to go down to descend.
No,
Flaps up
No.
would be for lift.
no.
No, flaps. You need to have your flaps down when taking off or landing.
Okay.
It gives the wing more curvature.
Last
Which
Dance.
gives it
Should
more
the
lift.
gear be up by now? Because I'm
The
hearing
gear
a lot
should-
about that.
should start to go up about.
Okay. Okay.
But it doesn't get much higher than this, as you'll see. Here it kind of
Stop
reaches its peak.
rising. It's flat
Yeah,
now. It's
yeah.
going
He's
down.
not going. He's not going up no more.
Right.
No, it started to descend. Just
Starting to
above.
descend, which is extremely abnormal. These take off like a rocket.
Yeah, I know. I see him from Logan all the time. It looks like it struggles for a second there, but now it's totally.
Now it's got a high rate of descent. It's doomed. You can't recover now, even if everything worked.
Oh,
And now
oh.
this plane just blows up. I mean,
Yes, I thought the
Well,
same thing.
it's full
Look
of
at that
fuel.
mushroom cloud.
It's
Right,
full
but
of fuel.
someone survived. I don't believe it.
I know it's hard to believe.
All right.
Yeah,
so
when you first put this on, I was looking at that thing at the end of the runway, thinking that looks like something out of Kitty Hawk with like, and then the planes in the background. Yeah, I mean,
so another video.
cameras are so low res.
It's
Don
India.
Browning. All right.
Don Browning. Wow.
Well, that was a small. If
Hey.
I remember correctly, that was kind of a small part of the larger view of the camera. Wasn't that the smaller view? I thought there was a larger, wider angle of the whole thing.
I don't
and
know
that's
if there
kinda
is a
zoomed
better
in.
view. There's probably a better.
No, I'm
view.
saying from that camera right there. He's saying how bad the quality is, and it is bad. But I think it is a small part of the larger screen of that.
Well, it's what I got on. I don't know if there's a better version of that video or not.
Well, I'm just saying it's zoomed up in on it. So
Here, this I noticed that too, and I heard some scuttlebutt from pilots about this.
Yeah.
That could be a contributing factor to the power loss as well if it sucked a bunch of shit into the engines.
But can that plane take off with one engine and get enough lift, though?
Yes, it can.
Yeah, but I've
Okay.
also heard people say that a double engine failure wouldn't it cause the landing gears to deploy?
No.
Landing gear was never taken up. Yeah, dual engine failure would cause the plane to crash like that. It
But
would.
you would get the generator, whatever they call
Yeah,
that
the
propeller.
ram air turbine.
Yes, there you
Well,
go.
there's some
And I heard
videos
it looks
out
like
there
that
that
is out. The ram air is engaged.
I've never seen a video where you could tell for sure, but
Okay.
you can hear it on one of the videos. There's like two good videos. You just saw one, and there's another one where some people say, and I'm reasonably convinced that the sound you can hear is the ram air turbine, which there's like 6 different reasons why the ram air turbine would come out. None of them are good. One of them is a dual engine failure.
Okay.
They're all basically hydraulic failure. A total hydraulic failure would cause it to come out. A total electrical failure. But
damn it,
I
spelt Israel wrong, even though I looked at it.
Is hilarious.
Who cares? We know what
Cock,
you mean.
mother, suck, fuck, ending poll, delete. Thanks for picking it out, though. You're right. You're good.
Delete. Throw the laptop in the ocean.
How did I
Less
pull
safe.
Topple.
Who voted for more safe?
Oh, there you go. AFED.
But
Steve
literally-
did. Steve said we'd be more safe.
Me. You know why?
No
Fuck
nukes.
Iran. Fuck Iran.
I mean,
Do you
that's
believe the news from them though.
Well, look, they're doing fine.
You know what they say in, where we all are? They say death to America. That's kind of a big slogan over there. Kind of their shtick. So, they don't really like us.
I mean, but
I don't like them either.
that doesn't sound like a reason for us to be less or more safe.
Well,
That just shows what your opinion on them is.
yeah, exactly. My opinion is biased. I'll admit that. But I guess I'm basing it on the fact that I feel like what Israel said was they destroyed literal nuclear capabilities, which is...
Did they? Is that
They
true?
say maybe they did, but they'll just reconstitute them.
True. But at some level in the short run, you could say
Okay.
literally that it would make us safer.
Okay, but every time the organism will evolve to better defend against it. So in some sense, if you don't destroy the regime, you just make it stronger.
Right. So you're saying these tit for tat, bang, bang, boom fucking arguments are just
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
essentially useless.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you're probably right. 100%. I won't disagree with that.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is if you
Hell was
thought
that?
That was Paca. I
Was
think
it?
he got hit with a missile.
Did he pass out and fall out of his
It
computer chair?
sounds like that.
Sounded like
He
yeah,
fell into his cymbals.
Yeah.
like a gong.
He's got a gong there. Yeah.
Oi.
Oh, wait, there he's still there.
Well,
I guess
got to play that back.
what I'm saying is like if 9/11, are we more or less safe after that? Well, we attacked, Iraq, and because everybody hated them, is
Right,
kind of
we're
what
much-
you're using as
much
your
less
excuse.
safe. One of the reasons Iran is so strong is because we attacked Iraq in 2003.
Right.
I never thought Iraq hated us, I guess, though. That's the difference.
No,
I mean, we all see Iran saying death to America. They have it painted on the streets. So you have to walk across it, for Christ's sake, man. It's not like a secret.
Ugh.
Someone taking a shower?
It sounds like it.
My bad. It's raining.
Oh wow.
I wish
Oh
I-
yeah. Okay. So Smoke Steve, you live in Boston. Boston's had almost every weekend for months and months that's rained, hasn't it?
13 Saturdays in a row.
That's fucked up. That is fucked up.
We'd kill for that
I'll-
kind of rain.
I'll say it's rained here a lot because on the weekends that's when we would normally put the pool, and it's been unseasonably cool too.
No, that's
we've had
every
that.
weekend it rains. I finally got my pool blue today. It took me forever.
Really?
Because I can't work on it during the weekdays.
Right. Yeah, I put mine up the other day and put the chlorine and shit in it today and winged it and nailed it right off the bat. Put the strips in, checked it, and I was like, holy shit, not bad.
Stay on it, brother. Fight the green.
You have to.
Yeah.
Because ours is completely in the shade, so it makes it even worse because all the foliage falls straight in.
I was about to say, you keep your pool up all year round, right?
No, because I got just a little. It's not little. I mean, it's 18 feet. I don't know if you call that little, and like 4 feet tall. But it's just one of those big blue blow up ring ones. You know what I'm saying?
So, what do you have to take care of? The pH and the chlorine level with that pool?
Basically, just the alkalinity and the chlorine is what I have to pay attention to.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
So I use baking
soda,
and
mimeric acid?
bottles of chlorine.
Oh, okay.
Let me tell you,
if it's too alkaline,
the powder, the granules, like
what's the cheapest acid? I bet
the
vinegar.
1 pound bags
No,
of
mimeric
chlorine
acid.
Okay.
are awesome.
The
What's
what?
that?
Smoke Steve?
The 1 pound bags of like powdered chlorine are really
Yes.
good.
Well, it depends on what kind of pool you have. If you have a liner, yes. No, then that's a no. It will eat the liner away.
I got a liner. I mean,
I
obviously.
got concrete, so I could throw anything.
Is it? Are the transitions in the deep end rounded?
Yes.
Holy shit, dude! Like you ever thought of skating that thing?
No, I suck on skateboards. I fell one time and never again.
Oh man! Like how rounded is it? Really rounded or just
No.
rounded?
It's not. It's not skateboard.
It's just
friendly.
it's radius. It's got a
Yes.
radius.
Yes.
Yeah. You could still probably get up there and do like a wall ride on it.
It's a pool.
Fuck yeah, it's a pool. I've skated lots of pools.
I got on a skateboard one time, wiped the fuck out, never again.
Yeah, that's pool skating is so incredibly hard.
Well, it goes to vert so fast.
Yeah, because of the short tranny, and it's that doesn't mean transvestite.
I was about to say.
I knew exactly what I never even thought transvestite smokes.
Yeah, mine's a 12-foot.
It's hard as fuck, dude.
Mine's a 12-foot deep pool, but the slope, the pitch going up to 5 feet is so quick.
Oh, it has transitions all the way to 5 feet, though.
Yes.
Oh fuck,
But
dude! You totally
going to the steps, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you mean transition? I don't know this pool.
So that's like the cove, like the.
Because some pools are 90 degree. You know, the sides meet the bottom. Like
it's just like a big
So
rectangle.
my pool's a
Curved.
kidney. It's called a kidney-shaped pool.
Oh,
with
dude,
a
that's the
love
best.
seat.
That's the best ones to skate, dude.
Hell yeah!
You empty it in the winter, or you leave it full?
I go halfway, but I got to paint it next year, so I got to empty it all.
You go
right
half.
now.
You go halfway. You have a peanut.
What?
Sorry.
No, I go
Sorry, my
halfway.
mind-
I get
my mind
it.
went somewhere else. I
I go.
apologize.
I
Much
go
have you been
halfway
drinking?
to get below the jet line, so I don't freeze over the winter.
Gotcha. Yeah, dude. If you ever empty that thing out, give me a buzz. I'll be 60 coming over to shred your pool.
Do you have a light in the deep end, Top?
Yes, I do. Yeah, and it's actually out, but I'm not going to change that till July because I don't get in the pool until the water gets above 78 degrees.
In the old days, Aphid will obviously know about this. Like, guys would just try to get up and like carve over the light.
Yeah,
because
that'd be
usually
cool.
they're like up somewhat near the coping, maybe a couple feet from the top. And
I don't think my pool would be good for a skateboarder, though. It's not like those LA pools I saw in California, should I say. It goes straight down and then has a little roundness on the side. but there's no.
Well, how tall,
pitch.
how high up do the transitions go though? Like if you're standing on the bottom, the very bottom, like if you had to gauge, would it be your knees, your shoulders, over your head where the transition stopped?
Transition would stop probably way before my knees.
Okay, no, that would.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
You'd need like a you could do it on a Segway or something with like just 2 wheels. Like it's not long enough for a skateboard deck to.
Oh, you know what? That reminds me of what I've been seeing around here. A couple people zooming around on like a electric unicycle.
Oh yeah,
one wheel. Is it just the wheel and there's like
it's one wheel?
Yeah, that's what they're called, one wheels.
It looks insane.
Those are badass.
They go like 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, they do, and they can go off.
What happens if
you can go off road with that shit.
What happens if you fall off? You have a little problem.
You're eating shit.
I got a buddy that has one, and he's
got a
shreds
nice
on
smooth
it.
face.
They do races on those things, like
that's
through
crazy.
the woods on trails.
It looks totally insane.
He's a couple years older than me too. He's got to be 54, probably.
I don't know why would I don't know, man. I got insurance for an accident. I expect to walk away and get annoyed that my rates will go up.
I ate
An
shit
accident
on
on
2 wheels. I couldn't imagine 1 wheel.
Yeah, exactly. 2 wheels is bad enough. I don't see how you could do it with 1 wheel. Can you get it? Are they insured? Can you get insured? How much does the 1 wheel insurance company charge?
Those 1 wheels they cost about $1,000. I think they're more than that,
Talk
brand
about,
new.
Injury.
Right?
Yeah, I know, but you gotta live a little, right?
Nah, fuck that. That's not living. That's not
Evidently
living.
only a little.
1 wheel? Mm-mm.
Now you're probably going to tell me that statistically, 1 wheels are the safest.
Safer. It's safer than a plane, even.
Because 1 wheel guy can't look at his phone and possibly doesn't consider doing that, driving with it when looking at his phone.
I will say I've been to some public events where the 1 wheels are cruising around, and most of those dudes seem like complete douches.
Like the guys on bicycles with no motors.
Huh? Every bicycle doesn't. What do you mean?
The people that ride bicycles in the sperm suits.
Oh, that stay in the roadway.
Yeah, that block the whole roadway.
They can't fucking ride on a sidewalk. What's wrong with a sidewalk? Why can't you ride your bike on a sidewalk?
I don't expect bicyclists to ride on the sidewalk.
That's
But I
right.
do expect
If there's a nice
walkers and
sidewalk
runners
over
to
there,
on
go
the
walk, go right over there.
No,
Bring no-
they're not supposed to. They're supposed to ride in the
You're
road.
supposed to ride in the road.
I don't care what they're supposed to do.
As someone who likes to walk on the sidewalk, I don't want any bicycles on it.
Or what about the guys that take up the whole fucking roadway and then they get to a stoplight or a stop sign and they blow right through it? Like they gotta be right in your fucking way and you gotta wait for them. But we get to a stoplight and they can just buzz right on through it.
I've never. First of all, I actually got pulled over by a fucking cop when I was 18 years old for bicycling through a stop sign in a quiet residential neighborhood.
Really?
Yeah. And he pulls me over.
Were you like, am I being detained? Am I being detained?
He said, "Did you know that you can't go through a stop sign even if you're on a bicycle?" I said,
Oh my God.
I did know that." And he said, "Why did you go through a stop sign?" Well, there's not actually a single car within 100 miles of here. He didn't give me a ticket, but he gave me a hard time.
Oh man. I got busted dragging my friend on a skateboard like 3 miles from my house on my lawnmower.
On a lawnmower?
Yeah, I was driving my lawnmower and it was a John Deere and I had it in fourth and it cooked. You know what I'm saying? Like it would pull you good on a skateboard.
What did they ticket you with?
They didn't, thank God.
Okay,
I would have got
okay.
my dad would have been furious if he knew I was that far away from the house on the lawnmower. I was across town on this thing. Well, what happened was my buddy was like, yeah, I'll go out, but I can't. My dad says I got to cut my grass. And I was like, dude, I can cut that thing in 2 seconds with my John Deere. And he's like, come on over. So I did. And when we were done with that, we were like, well, where are we going to go now? And we wanted to go like all the way somewhere else to somebody else's house. And I'm like, dude, just hold on to the back. I'll pull you the whole way. And we got busted. They sent me home. They let me go home at least.
On the tractor?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't get in trouble for it or anything. But my dad would have been like, where are you? Like if I would have got taken into the police station or something, and they called my dad. Holy shit. You're where? Like it'd be one thing if I was like 2 neighbors down cutting his grass. But if I'm miles away from home on his lawnmower.
He wouldn't have thought, boys will be boys, that kind of thing.
No. I remember one time we were throwing rocks at car windows when they would drive by. We were hiding behind bushes, and we got busted.
I never threw rocks. I threw
it was not
tomatoes.
I'm not proud of it. First we started out with we broke apart or we burned the shell off of a golf ball, and it's just one continuous like rubber band. So we would tie it across the road and see how far the car would go before it would break.
That's
it.
Brilliant. I wish I thought of that as a kid.
We were like, well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I should back up further. First, we started out, we would take grasshoppers and throw them out in the street. And when the car would go over the top of them, the grasshopper would jump and it chopped their head clean off.
Such a violent.
That never occurred to me, and I don't find anything attractive about
it. I know, but I was a kid. We also shoot arrows straight up in the air and wait for them to shoot down at the ground. And we almost hit an old man that was gardening in his garden. But we were stupid kids. We didn't know any better.
You know what? I wasn't poor, but I wasn't so wealthy that I would take a golf ball and take it apart. I would want to use it as a golf ball.
I feel
you
like
threw rocks at people's windows driving by.
We broke one. Yeah, it was like a Starsky and Hutch. It was a Starsky and Hutch car too.
Is this? It has to be LA. They're still light out.
Yeah. Good point.
Where is the Marines?
So, did you guys talk about this at all? What do you guys think about it?
No, we didn't really talk about it.
Did Smoke Steve put this on? Because he looks comatose.
No,
I'm watching it right now, buddy.
No, but did you put it up?
Yeah.
Look at you.
Smoke Steve put it up.
Look at you. Behind the scenes.
How much are those condos? They're now selling.
That's disgusting.
Well, yeah. So, what do you guys think about the riots going on?
Thanks, cup of tea. That's good advice.
Has there been riots?
Here's one right here. Look at those rioters.
That's not a riot. That's police.
Why are they there? Are they expecting some trouble?
I don't know. This is all I could find.
It doesn't look like there's anything going on.
This is not good TV.
Let's go.
It looks like they're just standing. There's no like protest. Where's the protesters?
This is the one. Here we go. Stop. Oh, look at all those cops moving.
LAPD, they're ready for war.
Boys in blue and one girl. She's doing good too.
What do you guys think about the government putting in troops and stuff over there?
I don't know. I assume they had good reason. Well, I don't assume that. I'm hopeful that they had good reason. So there's the National Guard. That's one level. And then the next level is the Marines, which is a little disturbing because there is the Posse Comitatus Act, which, bans the use of the military in the U.S.
Right.
The National Guard, seems like the president can call the National Guard to protect.
I don't see anything going on there.
Still listening. Last Dance. Keep going.
Yeah, we saw the videos where the ICE agents were attacked with rocks. We saw a video, I guess, where the ICE agents were attacked with rocks. Now, I don't know how much of that actually went on. And I don't know why there weren't LAPD to protect them. But if that was a problem, if the ICE agents couldn't be protected by the LAPD because the mayor's office was, actively not helping or just hung up the phone whenever the feds called, then I think that it's okay. It should be legal for the president to call out the National Guard to protect those agents and any other federal agents that are conducting lawful actions. But you really should do that, for as short a period as possible. It looks like the LAPD has now responded, so it's kind of time to put the National Guard back in the barracks.
Has he?
I have no idea. With everything with Trump, it becomes a pissing test, and
right,
it's never about the right thing to do.
Right.
Even if it starts that way, it doesn't end that way.
Right.
Well, did Newsom even call for? Was there a need for National Guard?
Well, I'm saying that
Trump went over his head.
Well, all I'm saying is that we saw a video of ICE agents coming under attack with bricks and rocks and shit.
When you call the National Guard for that kind of stuff,
you could call the National Guard if the police won't protect you, because the LAPD or the idiot mayor of LA is, Bass, yep.
Yeah.
BS.
Let's just define something real quick here.
Idiot.
A rock thrown at a person's head is attempted murder.
It should be.
Whether that person has a shield and body armor and a helmet on, it doesn't fucking matter. It's still attempted murder. So yeah, that is definitely grounds for having some higher levels of protection. But people crying about fucking this and that used against the American people. Don't throw rocks at police officers' heads.
It was peaceful before the National Guard came. It was peaceful before the National Guard came.
No, this was before the National Guard came.
Oh, that's what Newsom said to me.
He's playing the devil's advocate here.
That's what I mean. He's a piece of shit. Anybody willing to get their city to burn down for political reasons should be in jail.
Yeah.
But yes,
I was just gonna say that it's the level he's got to go to bring things in drops the level of, it gives him Trump a lot more power to do things that, the way our government is set up. There's like something called the Emergency Act, and I'm not some expert on it. And
clearly not.
Right.
Whoa.
But I guess and
you're not either.
I'm not either.
Yeah, none of us are.
Like it gives him, like powers to like control communication in and out, like shut down the internet. And I'm not saying that he's gonna do that, but just throwing around this power. And I guess that some of these same powers is some of the same powers that Biden used to get the tuition forgiveness plan in. And there's always a if this guy got away with this, I'm going to try to get away with that. And
you're talking about loopholes?
Yeah, and just people taking advantage of situations, and the next guy going to take advantage of it even more because that guy got away with it this far. And I just think that's something that we need to think about, because I don't think we do think about that enough.
Here's what'll never happen. The next guy will come in and say, it was wrong for the previous guy to do it, so I'm not going to do it.
Yes.
That'll never happen.
Not.
Right.
What really happens is, I said it was wrong for the previous guy to do it, but what I really meant was I'm going to do twice as much.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's okay because he did it first.
Interesting concept.
They call it unprecedented for a reason.
My question is, when Trump called for the 500 Marines, are they just protecting federal buildings, or are they actually?
I can't believe they would have a visible presence.
Well, even at federal buildings,
there was a picture of them, and they had multiple packs of zip tie handcuffs on their waist. They had full-length knee pads all the way down to the foot. They had riot shields that came down over their faces and pretty robust body armor. I don't know exactly what you'd call it.
Are you talking about Marines?
I was going to say, are they wearing Marine fatigues?
The Marines that went there, yeah. And I'll tell you this: if I'm to believe what I saw, they had M4s with brass visible in the little sight chambers in the magazines. Okay, they have little tiny, like, I would call them like indicator chamber, little bubbles in their magazines that you can see a little row of brass in there. I think it's probably a new thing they do.
I was about to say they didn't have sight chamber. They didn't. I don't know what I'm saying. Sorry.
Yeah, so the magazine has this little clear bubble in the side where you can see if there's rounds in it or not. And it looked like there was brass in there. And I'm only going off of this from X, and other people pointed it out who were like, seemed to be military guys. And I'm like, oh, well, I'll look where they said to look. And yeah, there's this little stack.
It's okay if you have Marines guarding federal buildings. I used to work at a place that had, at least before I started working there a few years, they had Marine guards.
During 9/11, right?
No. Well, they might have had. No, they had Army.
After?
Before, well before.
Oh, okay.
But they were eventually replaced with. They were eventually replaced with a normal police force.
MPs.
Well, no, they weren't. They weren't military. They were.
Oh, they weren't?
Just for that agency, right?
Okay.
But which always struck me as insane because they had to get all the training of a regular police force.
Yes.
You know, who wants to pay for that for 50 police officers? But
see, that was the only thing I was confused about with the Marine talk. Are they being used for what? And when I found out they were, well, what they're saying is they're protecting federal buildings or assets, they call it.
That's what RW said.
I don't have a problem with that one fucking bit.
It's hard to believe there's 500 Marines worth of federal buildings in LA, but maybe it's a big city. I don't know.
But at this, just.
Well, I guess I heard these Marines didn't really have any kind of de-escalating training you're not any kind of crowd control.
You're not taught that as a Marine.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
well, some Marines are. The security Marines are, who wear a Knights uniform and get a sidearm, who work in embassies. They're trained in shit like this.
I was going to say, Marines guard. There's Marines guarding embassies, and that's.
Are they Marines or Army?
No,
well, the happy Marines guard an embassy in Hawaii. The sad ones are in like Tel Aviv. Yeah. Or pick your poison, wherever the shittiest place to be would be. I mean,
Russia. I think there's Marines guard the U.S. Embassy in Russia.
Turkey.
Yeah, that's.
Although knowing Marines, they probably love it. They're like high stress. They fucking feed on that shit, dude.
Yep.
That's why you gotta love Marines. They're fucking crazy.
I don't know. It's one thing. It's one thing to protect ICE officers. It's another thing to have a military a show of force to own the libs.
Yeah.
And I don't trust Trump not to do the latter. I'm not saying he did because I can't read anybody's mind. And I did see the one video which says that ICE officers need protection, but
I don't need the Summer of Love Part 2 either.
no, we don't need Kent State all over again.
Well, yeah.
As long as nobody's getting hurt, property is saved, I don't have an issue. But that's me.
What I don't like is Governor Newsom saying that everything was peaceful until Trump ordered out the National Guard. That's just not true.
Am I wrong to say this? That most of those mayors.
Did he say that, or did he say it made it worse?
He said it made it worse. It says everything was peaceful until Trump got involved and showed action.
Well, here's the thing. Like, just because somebody hates Trump, that doesn't justify their actions to destroy and, like, cause havoc in public streets. Oh, like, okay, I was against this, but now that Trump's involved, I'm going to smash these rocks and throw them at cops' heads. Like, okay, no, that's the person's fault who's deciding to do these actions. It's not Trump's fucking fault.
No, I
But
agree.
it's also people that are not even there for political reasons.
Those would be the looters. I think you might be right about the people throwing bricks. They might just be doing it for the fun of violence, just like Aphid throwing rocks at cars.
Right.
Such
They
a
might be-
fucking
There
asshole.
might be scumbags like that.
I'm no different from them.
That sort.
Have you had the bomb the graffiti in my eye?
Send the
RW's chiming
I mean,
in.
'cause we're talking about when I was in my mid-30s, so don't judge me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
You were still having fun even then.
Potato gun through the window.
Then you had a kid and all the fun was over.
Right.
Couldn't imagine having a kid in the 30s.
I was. What am I now?
Where's my
Yeah,
business?
I was mid-30s.
See, all my kids were young. I have friends right now that having kids around their 40s. I'm like, I don't know how you do it.
Holy
I'm like,
shit.
I'm almost out of this.
Because I was like doing all my shit back then. I didn't want to be.
I was
chasing
28
kids.
when my kids were born, and
28,
I was
that's a good age.
thinking, that's too damn old. I should have had them when I was in my.
I was
early
definitely
20s.
like the old parent at the school functions.
Well, it's much more common now to have old parents than it was. My
That was-
dad was 30. He was 40, 21. He was 41 when I was born.
That's crazy.
Wow.
He was 39, 40. He was 40 years old when I was born. And, I think he wasn't as much of an involved dad when I was, moving around. He didn't come, he didn't play ball with me or any of that shit.
Yeah, my dad was 41 when I was born. That's
Yeah.
why he's
Wow,
90.
really?
I still
Well,
love my
he's
dad.
90 and I'm 48, so do the math.
Yeah. No, my son, we were 19, and then my daughter was 25, and I couldn't imagine 35 having a
49.
kid.
Yep.
I'm 49 now, by the way. Sorry, I got that wrong.
There's a couple that they used to be a couple, and they used to live down 2 doors down, and they had one kid every decade.
Oh,
Gypsies?
what the fuck is wrong with them?
Fucking insane. They had like one. Well, okay. The woman's first daughter was from her first marriage, so she was, and then 10 years later, she had another daughter with her new husband, and then 10 or 11 years later, they had a third kid. So he basically had kids every 10 years, and
One of them could be an aunt or uncle to a kid or someone that wasn't even born or was born after.
There's one. The oldest is a whole generation older than the youngest. And now they're divorced. So that's, but the kids are all grown, so it doesn't matter.
See, me and my wife are always the youngest other than my daughter now, but my son, we were always looked upon like your babies. You have no opinion. We were always looked down to. And like when my son played sports, anytime we went to functions, they were talking about, oh, I graduated in 90 something. I'm like, I graduated in 2003. And they all looked at me like, you're a baby with a baby. I'm like,
well, them's the breaks, bro.
No, but with my daughter, we're at the minimum age. We're at the middle age. So I'm looking down at the younger ones. I'm like, I know what you're going through. Sorry.
Exactly. Mr. Kelsey one, what up, dog? How you doing, brother?
I'm older than Kelsey. There's no
wow.
fucking way. There's no way.
I wouldn't have thought that, seriously.
There's no, what the fuck? You don't have
I'm not surprised. His beard hides a younger face.
I turned 40. This
When you
year.
see somebody with a big beard, you think that's an old person.
Yeah.
You shave that beard, they'll look like a baby.
How old's Cup of Tea? You guys got any guesses on that?
I would say 50s, but he won't say nothing here.
No, he won't.
I would say 50s. I would say Cup of Tea is in his 50s, early 50s.
I'm gonna say right at Smoke Steve's age.
What age is that?
48, 49, I'm guessing, somewhere in there.
So late 40s.
Good guesses.
Smoke Steve's 35, you assholes.
He just said his age.
I know.
No, I said my age, but like within 10 minutes of this.
I think he said 49, but I didn't want to point it out.
Oh, that's okay. I'm not shy.
That's about what I figured you to be.
I don't think Aphid has said his age.
I
think I'm good beer. Fuck you.
I'm 51 right now. I'm gonna be 52.
Really? You don't look it. You look good for your age. Actually, last
thanks,
man.
Yeah, last dance looks great.
Yeah. When I found out your age, I was like, no fucking way.
Wait a second. What's RW? What's up? Is this another shooting involved with the
condition after shooting in Salt Lake City protest?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Protest. Now this could be unrelated.
Yeah, it could. Like you gotta wait a week before you get the facts.
I was at one of the protest sites today, and I was surprised at the turnout, and I was surprised there wasn't more. I figured there'd be more country because I live in a.
Was there a lot of hot chicks?
I would say it's purple where I live.
Was there a lot of hot chicks there?
No, there was.
It's old
not,
people.
Well, it was younger crowd than the last rally because me and my son, when there's a rally, we'll go get our lunch because we always eat lunch on Saturdays, and we'll sit in the parking lot, buy it, and watch the shenanigans.
Absolutely, that's perfectly good.
Yeah, the last time it was definitely older crowd, and it was a much smaller crowd. I can't remember it was something like No Kings, but it wasn't No Kings. It was like 2 months ago. It was around the country, and it was a much smaller.
Oh yeah,
today
there was one here in Annapolis too.
Yeah. Today was a different story. There was a freaking turnout, man. It looked like a parade. Like that's the kind of crowd it was. It was people lined on both sides of the street.
Was it fuck Trump or what?
Yeah,
what were you seeing?
There was. Well, I put the video in the Discord, so if you want to watch it.
Well, there's people that are not part of the Discord.
I know, but I'm just telling you if you want to see it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, there was a lot of. I knew that the same thing happens with everything with the 86-47 thing. I knew that would be exploited on the other side. You know,
Fox News is going to have a day about it.
And so there was. I saw a lot of 86-47s out there. No faux king FAUX way Trump.
Oh, that sucks.
But most of it was just no kings and you know people proud to be American and flying the American flag.
Protest all you want, just don't fucking rip down the cities you live in or the areas you live in. I don't understand that.
Don't fly Mexican flags, for God's sake.
I don't care about that either. See, that's another stupid thing people are crying about.
Last Dance cares.
I care.
Why do you care, though?
This is about America. It's not about Mexico.
Okay.
It's ridiculous. These people don't want to go to Mexico. That's the whole point.
Well, when I grew up, everyone was.
It's such a shithole. They can't bear to go back. It's so
in the Northeast where I lived in, everyone had Irish or Italian flags. They're proud of where they came from.
Fucking shit.
I will say, as far as the here and where I live, it wasn't like a pro Mexico or pro immigrant parade, or
it was just
it didn't seem like that. It was definitely more anti-Trump than it was pro anybody else.
Nobody's.
Last Dance, do you? Last Dance, are you cognitive of the fact that just hating it for one thing can be perceived as a negative sort of thing rather than just? Do you follow me?
I'm almost following you.
I can understand where you're coming from.
Are you saying I'm anti-Mexican? Is that what you think I'm?
No,
sort
no.
of. Yeah. In that vein.
I love Mexico. It's possible that would be perceived that. I just don't think you should have flying a foreign flag suggests an allegiance to that foreign flag. Now, if you have like a Cinco de Mayo festival and you fly a Mexican flag, it's perfect. But if you're protesting illegal immigration and you're flying a Mexican flag, I don't know. It seems like I don't know.
Now I hate to be this guy, but I have to point out that you did fly the Ukrainian flag yourself on Twitter for quite a while.
Well, I was pointing out
that's called support.
That's just support, right?
Doesn't mean he's Ukrainian.
I also feel like you're casting that out like so many bass fishermen cast out a lure to
look at cup of tea.
Bats. You were trying to trigger people with the flag.
It definitely then it got to be tiresome. I loved it at first. People would just lose their shit, and I imagine their heads like cartoon, like getting red and boiling and then exploding.
It was arguably more common at first, though. You weren't the only one.
Pretty common. No, I wasn't the only one, but
so I saw today on X, because you guys are baseball guys, someone was doing the national anthem. One of the baseball teams was doing a national anthem, and they didn't show the U.S. flag. They showed the gay pride flag with wherever the fuck it is. It's not the rainbow flag, the newer one.
I don't know
with the triangles at the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah. So what, Greg? What's your question?
So how would you feel about that if you saw that national anthem's playing and you saw that? That's all they showed, supposedly, because I only saw 13 seconds.
What do you think I'm gonna say?
I know you love rainbows and you feel bad that the other people took it over. So I know what you would say.
Is this the flag you're talking about?
Sir.
Yes, that's the thing.
Okay.
Is that that's it. Yeah.
You're incorrect. This is
what?
Horseshit. These people should not be fucking doing this. It's terrible. It's horrible. Suck.
It's Gay Pride Month, though.
It should
be Pride Month. I don't give a fuck about
It's June.
That.
It's June, my man.
Doesn't matter to me.
But how do you? So, if you were a fan of that team, would you boycott them though?
No, it's not a team. It's just a state of mind, man. Live and let live. Everybody can enjoy life. We don't have to create these things, you know. It's nuts.
So when football, when people were taking a knee during the national anthem, that didn't bother you?
Yeah, well, I didn't take no goddamn knee.
Well, no, you didn't, but you didn't get passionate and upset about that.
Yeah, I don't particularly like Colin
Okay.
Kaepernick. Colin
Well,
Kaepernick in particular.
There was some other players that did it too, but I was just wondering.
Who?
No, there was a lot of players that did that during that time period. Took a knee during the national anthem.
There were a few.
Not the Patriots, so you're fine. So
Aaron Rodgers.
The Patriots are horrible.
No, yeah, Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is a piece of garbage. Guys.
Oh, why do you think that though?
He's on the Steelers this year.
Is he? Was he signed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a month ago.
So why don't you like Aaron Rodgers?
Well, he's kind of a joke. I mean, I can't take him seriously.
I don't
Not
like
for
him because he murdered the Bears for his entire career.
Okay. For his political stance, for his COVID stance, or how he treats women?
All of the above.
Okay, there you go.
I don't have any. I think he's entitled to his own opinions.
Absolutely.
I think he mostly sticks. What he's done is said what he believes. He doesn't try. I don't see him going out and trying to convince other people to believe his retarded shit.
But he's anger. He's an asshole about it. Like, if you don't believe me, then fuck you.
I haven't seen that.
No.
I've only heard, I mean, he doesn't try and, preach as far as I could tell.
He goes on the Pat McAfee, wherever that guy's name is, show.
Yeah, I know this now. Well, I haven't seen it. I can't stand to watch those sports talk shows. They're just so predictable and stupid.
You don't like Stephen A?
None of that.
I heard that guy might run for Democrat.
Stephen Smith? Smith, yeah.
Stephen A. Smith, yeah.
He would.
Well, Trump's president. Why can't he run for president?
He's probably, he's far too mainstream to win. He'd probably be a better candidate than anyone they've had for a long time.
But I was just wondering because I saw that on X, but that was a small clip though, so I don't know what the truth if they showed it, the American flag before it. So
Spoke Steve out.
I was about to text.
Yeah, he is.
He's just saying yes.
He's like my son. Whenever we watch TV, like if it's late at night, like I'll start falling asleep. And it's like he's got some sonar or something, and he's like, "What you doing, Dad? What's going on over there? You enjoying the movie?"
How about this, Steve?
And
You asked us.
I'm like that with Spoke Steve.
You got plans for tomorrow, Steve?
No.
You don't? So it's just going to be a good Father's Day. Just chill out.
Well, I hope to soak a clam in the ocean.
Can we kick,
wait,
click off the aphid lip video user?
Oh, is that still on there?
It's still on there.
I can't get rid of it. It won't let me get rid of it.
I can't do it. I don't
So
see it.
aside from soaking a fat clam in the ocean, I don't have any other plans.
Nah,
So it's a good
I'm
Father's
afraid
Day.
it'll get rid of you.
Yeah, don't kick me. Shit.
No, I'm not gonna.
What are you
Yeah,
gonna
that's the problem. It's under his name, so if we kick it
Oh.
out, it gets rid of him.
I think you've got to kick it out, aphid lip.
No, I don't see. No. I my present button is just like it was if I was presenting
Present
something brand
blank.
new.
Well, there's only 3 possibilities.
Oh, wait,
no,
hold on.
Let's not do this again.
Oh, you.
I can get rid of it now.
I was about to say, yeah, thank you.
I got all my other. I got a lot of other live leak videos. That you guys
That's the
It's still
that's
there.
the pepperoni nipple person I remember.
Yeah, yeah. I got lots of anti-Trump videos here. I got clips of me making those videos where it's just like 20 clips of me sitting there talking to
Were
myself.
you? Did you correctly predict anything in any of those videos?
I don't know. Probably not.
I didn't know.
But
why
I had the refugee one where I tried to give everybody tips on welcoming in their new refugee because I knew Live Leakers would be all into bringing in a Syrian refugee.
You were a great Live Leaker. You took the temperature of the crowd and then tried to start a riot every time.
I had a great one, but I can't find it. Where there was a guy that always did the he would have pistols and he would shoot ballistic gel and stuff. So I used my potato gun and I totally talked like him throughout the video. And he shot down little.
Make a big thing of Jello.
No, I had little hugs. You know those little plastic cups that you got a tinfoil on top. You poke a hole in and drink.
You got a lot of hate on Live Leak. I don't know why.
Well, because I laid into it. I knew what I was doing when I was doing it.
I mean, there were guys. There were guys I hated, and there were guys I loved, and it didn't have anything to do with what their political opinions were. Like
the only thing I remember you Last Dance was just on the Russians,
tab.
The Russian tab. I was like, wow, that guy really hates Russians.
And his endless arguments with Anna.
Yeah. Wow. Well, Anna wanted to kill me and my family one time, so and like McGrady hated me, and I'm like, I didn't try to go after him. I tried to. What his hate began with, and I already said this on the show before. My cat is Petroya or something.
That name is Petroya.
He got a letter and showed everybody his address and his address.
Yeah, I remember.
I DM'd him.
Yeah, I remember
I'm
that.
like, bro, it's not smart to show everybody your address and his address. And then he was like an asshole to me after that. I'm like, I was trying to help you out.
Yeah, he hated me too. He blocked me.
I never blocked anybody.
I love McGraw.
Well, towards the end, I did block some people because I just had to. But for the most part, you want to because you could see how many people you blocked on your page, and I'd be like, "Look, go to my page. Look, I don't got nobody blocked."
I blocked tons of people.
I never blocked nobody.
No,
not many.
Somebody you were called a pussy.
I blocked. I forget who I blocked, but it wasn't mostly. It was people who I can't remember, but it really wasn't. It wasn't people like McGrande.
My first block was, I think, DMC Fox.
That was the guy that posted all the videos.
Yeah, but it was all left leaning one. And
No, it wasn't. He also posted a lot of featured videos that were, because he had a medical condition where he was kind of cooped up at his house, and he had a lot of time on his hands, so he posted a lot of like featured videos. Like he was one of the ones. Like there was a handful of us when there was a big, huge story that was breaking, or there was also like when they were gonna back then they would announce when they're gonna release like a shooting police recorded video, and people would be on it. There'd be a handful of us that were on it, and whoever got it posted the first wouldn't get the repost and would get it featured. And DCM Fox was one of those.
I never interacted with him. I certainly commented on videos and gave my opinion, but he blocked me early.
Yeah.
And then one day he unblocked me and he sent me like on a note, or he, replied to something I wrote. He said, I don't know why I blocked you, but you're no longer blocked. And then like a week later, I was blocked again. So I never saw many of his videos. I mean, he blocked me early on.
I forget. I got the one guy from Canada tried to dox me, and that's why I became Greg Topple.
Which guy? The red-haired guy, Cat Juggler.
No, he was good at posting stuff, but him and McGrande like teamed up and went after a group of people. And I guess I was labeled part of that group of people, and they start calling me fucking Greg Topple, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll be Greg Topple today.
And that was it.
You are.
Yep.
Topplerooski.
When you had that
Well-
that chick as your avatar.
Well, I was Topple 215, and then I had another one before Topple that I will leave off.
Yeah,
But-
I had enough of, because my first interaction with communities it was through PlayStation, and it was my PlayStation account name because it was through Sony.
Okay, yeah.
And I didn't know that when I first got my PS3, what I named it at that point was gonna be my name online. But that's how it was, and I named it after my business, and it was
Okay. Well, it's something like
that's what I
me.
became. Yeah,
I started with something that was very personal, and I had to change it some at later point.
yeah, I get it.
All right. Well, I'm going to go enjoy Father's Day
Yeah,
tomorrow.
me too.
You
Me
guys
too.
have amazing Father's Day.
Totally,
man.
All right. I'll see you
Yeah.
guys later.
See you,
Everyone have a
Smokes.
great week.
See you,
Great
Smoke
talking.
Steve. Hope you have a good time tomorrow, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
See you, Last Dance. See you,
Good night.
Topple.
All right.
Good
See you
night, guys.
Happy Father's Day to all you guys.
Wow.
Stop that shit. You ready to call it a day?
We're getting there.
Well,
How about
it's just-
you?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's just you and me and a sleeping Paca.
Alrighty then. Now let's call it over.
All right. Thanks. Great pub. I really enjoyed it tonight.
It was nice and
Take
fun.
it easy, buddy. You have a great Father's Day
You do the
and
same.
a good week.
Same to you, my friend. Paca, be well. I only wish the best for you and yours. All right, everyone. Thus brings an end to the pub. Don Browning, happy Dad's Day. Same to you and yours. I know, Don, you're a woman and you're great. Thank you so much for coming back. And don't be shy now, you hear? Let's see, what's our Dubs got going on? All right, RW's on the move. Be well, my friend. Take care. Johnny Grammaticus, you're the best. English Bottle Cap, there are 4 lights. Whoop, whoop. Everybody, the pub will be nothing without you, so thank you so much for being here. Be well. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy some peace. And be well. Good night.